off the streets of Kampala. On 11th of March 2015, Honorable Simon Peter Aleper had this to say: "As we talk now, a new form of child trafficking is taking place, where parents take their children to a market during auction days, pretending to be buying animals, and the buyers also go to the market pretending to be buying animals, but in the process, you find them exchanging items and money for the children. So what measures is government putting in place to control this? This shows the extent to which he loved the children and his people, and this problem which was prevalent in Karamoja sub-region." You can get more from the Hansard. The records are there, and you'll find that indeed he was an astute legislator who knew the areas that focus on and the impact they would create on his community in relation to his submissions on the floor. He served his part of the NRM with dedication and supported implementation of all government programs irrespective of where they are located. Even if I raised so much on what Honorable Aleper was doing for Karamoja, he was a nationalist. He has very many aspects of the debate he contributed to and issues he raised on the floor that covered the whole country in its entirety. But as you know, Karamoja being a special sub-region and having its unique issues, he was very vocal in bringing those issues to the floor, especially when some people had the old adage around of saying Uganda will not wait for Karamoja to develop. He said no, issues of Karamoja must be brought so that Uganda develops with the rest of Karamoja. Uganda cannot develop when Karamoja is not developing. That is something Honorable Aleper pushed for so much. On 12th May 2015, the Honorable Aleper, as per the Hansard record, convinced the House to support funding when most members wanted to stop funding. In his words, he had this to say: "In my view, I think it is prudent for this House to approve this money until such a time when somebody will come out to challenge our decision with evidence that this project is a failure. What we are getting now is that the farmers are succeeding and the project is going successfully. I support this project." These were in relation to the challenges that face some projects to do with agriculture, and the House was debating that they shouldn't be supported. But for him, he said, "No, I'm on the government side. I've studied this very well, and I'll continue supporting government positions as a true cadre of the NRM." He was a good mobilizer who worked tirelessly to bring the people of Karamoja together to ensure development of the region. Allow me to extend my sincere condolences on my own behalf and on behalf of the Parliament of Uganda to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Chairman, NRM Party, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Central Executive Committee of the party, especially members whom I see in the gallery, who had become family with him, and I'm very sure they will continue being family with his family. The widow, the children, and the entire family of the late, the people of Karamoja sub-region, and entire Uganda for losing such a gallant son at a very young age of 49. He had reached the prime. In football, we say when you reach around 25 years, that's when you've reached the prime. Here, Aleper had reached a prime age of making very focal contribution to the country's development. May the good Lord grant the family of Honorable Aleper fortitude in overcoming grief, and may the ever merciful and loving Lord grant the Honorable Aleper eternal peace. Clerk.
Transfer of the casket from the central lobby to the chamber. Members shall rise. The anthems. Members shall resume their seats. Item 4 on the order paper, laying of wreaths. The Right Honorable Speaker. HE, the Vice President. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Leader of Government Business. The Leader of the Opposition in Parliament. The Government Chief Whip. The Chief Opposition Whip. FDC Whip. UPC Whip. DP Whip. JMA Whip. UPDF. Karamoja Parliamentary Group. Unyoro Parliamentary Group. TESO Parliamentary Group. Uganda Parliamentary Group. Sebei Parliamentary Group. Sebei Parliamentary Group. Acholi Parliamentary Group. Lango Parliamentary Group. Bugisu Parliamentary Group. NRM Parliamentary Executive Committee. NRM Central Executive Committee. NRM Secretariat.
I think clerk read for members of the House. Okay.
Uganda Parliamentary Circle. the independents in Parliament. No. Busoga Parliamentary Group. We don't have them. Ankole Parliamentary Group. West Nile Parliamentary Group. Chigezi Parliamentary Group. Item 5 on the other paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Aleper Simon Peter, former Member of Parliament and member of the Central Executive Committee of the NRM Party.
Thank you. Colleagues, before I call the Prime Minister to move the motion, being a special day, the rules allow the Speaker to bring special guests. So today I created a special seat for the former Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, who happens to be also the National Vice Chairperson of the NRM, Right Honorable Alhaji Moses Chigongo, who is with us here. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, also on the technical bench this afternoon, we have immediate family members of the late Honorable Simon Peter Aleper. They include Mrs. Nadia Scholastica, the wife. Lokoa Trevor Aleper, the son. Aleper Tiakla, the daughter. Aleper Mary Tekra, daughter. Lomuge Trisha Natari Aleper, daughter. Achia Tamara Aleper, daughter. And Nakong Tracy Shiba Aleper, a daughter. They have come to witness as we pay special tribute to their foreign father and husband. Honorable colleagues, also in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have members of the NRM National Executive Committee, the Honorable Captain Mike Mukura, Vice Chairperson for Eastern Uganda, the Honorable Sinka Tongore, Vice Chairperson, Kampala, the Honorable Kiwanda Godfrey Subi, Vice Chairperson, Central Uganda, Mr. Gaddafi Nasur, National Chairperson, NRM Youth League, the Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, Chairperson, Women's League of the NRM, the Honorable Rose Namaya Njansereko, Deputy Secretary General of the NRM, Ambassador Barbara Nekesa Oundo, National Treasurer of the NRM, Major Awich Pola, Director External Affairs at the NRM Secretariat, Hajat Medina Naham Ojare, Director Administration and Finance with the NRM, Dr. Tanga Odoy, Chairman NRM Electoral Commission, and Honorable Emmanuel Dombo Rumara, Director Media and Public Relations at the NRM Secretariat. Some of these colleagues are former members of Parliament, but we have former members of Parliament also in the VIP gallery whom I need to introduce. I have Honorable Nantume Jennifer Egunyo, Honorable Sulaiman Chirunda, Honorable Naomi Stella Nyomera, and I'm seeing the Honorable Rosa Kor for Eyara. I'll be getting more lists as they crack. The Honorable Rose Seninde, Director for Mobilization at the NRM, former Minister and former Member of Parliament for Wakiso, woman Member of Parliament. Thank you. I'm sorry I was reading from the list which was given to me, but I'm seeing our brother, Mr. Kato Gabriel, Chairperson of the League for People with Disabilities at the NRM. Honorable Lydia Wanyota, I had read her earlier on. Thank you. I'll be getting more names as they come in so that we recognize. Thank you, colleagues, for coming to observe proceedings of this House as we pay tribute to our foreign colleague. And we do also have several friends and relatives of the Honorable Aleper, Simon Peter and family who have come to observe proceedings from every corner. Some are relatives, others are friends, others are well-wishers. We recognize your presence all. Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I move under Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Aleper Simon Peter for his distinguished service to this nation. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, whereas the Parliament of Uganda received with deep sorrow the sad news of the demise of Honorable Simon Peter Aleper, former Member of Parliament for Moroto Municipality, which occurred on Tuesday, 23rd July 2024, aware that Honorable Aleper Simon Peter was at the time of his demise a member of the National Resistance Movement Central Executive Committee, where he served as the Vice chairperson for Karamoja region. Further aware that Honorable Aleper Simon Peter was a prominent figure in the politics of Karamoja, having served as a member of parliament for Moroto municipality from 2011 to 2016, wherein he boldly spoke against programs that disrupted the productivity of the region and vehemently supported programs that improved the welfare of his people. Recognizing that Honorable Aleper Simon Peter also served in distinguished positions in international organizations which have specific focus on the growth of the Karamoja region, such as Program Officer for the National United Nations Development Program, UNDP, Zonal Project Officer for World Vision International, Community Dialogue Officer for the International Rescue Committee, and Moroto District Peace Monitor. Further recognizing that Honorable Aleper Simon Peter has been instrumental in the economic development and social progress of Karamoja region and the nation at large, having superintended the negotiations that saw the people of Karamoja agree to the establishment of a cement factory in Moroto, which became a source of employment for many. Appreciating that Honorable Aleper Simon Peter was a patriot who loved his country and dedicated his life to the development of the people of Karamoja, the NRM party, and Uganda at large, and therefore deserves the recognition of this parliament and the state. Now, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, be it resolved that Parliament collectively conveys its deepest condolences to the bereaved family, friends, the people of Karamoja, the NRM party, and Uganda for the loss of a distinguished son of this country. And Parliament takes cognizance of the dedicated service that the late Honorable Aleper Simon Peter has rendered to the people of Karamoja, the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, the NRM party, and the people of Uganda. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded by Her Excellency the Vice President, the Right Honorable Anita Mong, Speaker, the Honorable Robert Mwesigwa Rukari, the Honorable Huda Orelu, the Honorable Rokelis Peter, the Honorable Gidudu, the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Sewungu Joseph, the Honorable Komor Joseph Midi, the Honorable Aleper Moses, the Honorable Adome Francis, Honorable Loki John Baptist, Honorable Loki Peter Abrahams, Honorable Rokor Albert, Honorable Rokwanga Philip Rukor, Honorable Atianga Stella, Honorable Aleper Margaret, Honorable Nakwanga Christine Tubo, Honorable Rokwanga Hirale, Honorable Was Livia, Honorable Nakut Face, Honorable Kormo Janet, Honorable Bartum Ben Koryang, the Honorable Matthias Mpuga, the UPDF, and all members. Now for record, if you saw what I followed, looking at our principals, then members of SEC, I wanted them to go on record, then the members of the Karamoja parliamentary group is very, very important. And then the rest of us, and the whip of Jema. Yes, right? Oh. Sorry. Honorable Minister Nyakun, my sister, sorry. I've been with her at church. I want her to go on record. She stood up. I'm so sorry. I just got a list for Karamoja and the Honorable Minister for Ethics. Yes. All ministers for Karamoja. Thank you. I'm sorry, Honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Prime Minister, would you love to speak to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, this is my justification. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, on Monday 23rd July 2024, the country received the disheartening news of the passing on of Honorable Aleper Simon Peter, the NRM Vice Chairperson, Karamoja Region, through a tragic road accident at Bukona along the Iganga-Tirinyi Highway. Honorable Aleper Simon Peter was a Member of Parliament for Moroto Municipality in the 9th Parliament. Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, Honorable Simon Peter Aleper was born on 26 December 1974 to the late Mr. Mary Rochap Peter and the late Mrs. Lomuge Martha. He completed Kasi Mary Primary School in 1988, attended Moroto High School from 1989 to 1992, and attained ordinary level certificate of education. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the late attended Cornerstone Leadership Academy from 1994 to 1996 and got an advanced level certificate of education. He studied at Makerere University, Kampala from 1996 to 1999 and attained a Bachelor's of Arts honors in political science and philosophy. He studied at Kampala International University from 2017 to 2022 and completed a Bachelor's of Legal Laws. He was still a student at the Law Development Center for a bar course. Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the late Honorable Aleper was a competent professional in handling social and technical work. He was able to work in the field under emergency conditions and in a multicultural environment. This is ably portrayed in his career below. In 2001 to 2002, a district peace building monitor and secretary to the Small Arms Disarmament Program in Karamoja. 2003 to 2004, Community Dialogue Officer for Karamoja. In the year 2004 to 2006, he was a Zonal Project Officer for Northern Uganda Youth Rehabilitation Project. In 2008 to 2009, National United Nations Volunteer, a district coordinator for United Nations Development Program. The late Honorable Simon Peter Aleper underwent various on-job trainings as shown below. In 1999, he trained as a training of trainers in conflict resolution and conflict management by the Center for Conflict Resolution in Mbale. In the year 2000, he trained in skills and strategic and strategies for conflict transformation by the Center for Conflict Resolution in Kampala. Yet, Honorable Speaker, in 2001, training in management and planning improvement program on social sector in Mbale. In 2002, he trained in capacity building of community-based organization on finance and reporting in Mbale. 2002, he underwent a training in preparatory rural approaches in Kampala. 2003, training in HIV and AIDS awareness raising and counseling in Mbale. 2003, training in famine and early warning systems. The late Honorable Aleper Simon Peter carried out various short-term assignments, as mentioned below. Support personnel for Northern Uganda Reconciliation Program, carried out needs assessment and consultative stakeholder workshops in the entire northern region under the Office of the Prime Minister, conducted research on pastoral network in the Great Horn of Africa, carried out a drought assessment in Karamoja under the supervision of the World Food Program. Right Honorable Speaker, coordinator, Karamoja Education Support Trust, a community-based organization known as Casket. The late Honorable Aleper Simon Peter was a hard-working member of the NRM who rose through the ranks. In 2016, 2021, NRM National Vice Chairperson or Chairman for Karamoja. In 2011, 2016, Member of Parliament, Moroto Municipality. 2011, 2016, NRM District Secretary for Publicity. 2006, Sub-County NRM General Secretary. 2001, NRM Coordinator for Youth in Teso, Karamoja, and Kapchorwa. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I wish to extend my heartfelt sympathies and condolences to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, the NRM Chairman, the family, friends, and the entire Karamoja region upon this great loss of a first-rate politician. May the soul of Honorable Aleper Simon Peter rest in eternal peace. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm representing a Leader of Opposition who is out in court because of some members of Parliament on our side who were arrested as they were accessing their office at National Unity Platform headquarters. And Mr. Speaker, let me take the motion now. Statement in secondment of a motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Simon Aleper, former Aleper, former MP Moroto Municipality. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion to honor the memory of the late Honorable Simon. We are gathered here today in profound sorrow and deep respect to pay tribute to a colleague who has served in this Parliament and in other capacities. His leadership and tragically cut short in a devastating accident that claimed his life. As we reflect on the impact of his contributions, we are also reminded of the significant loss that our nation has endured. This solemn occasion serves as a poignant reminder of the lasting legacy left by Honorable Simon Aleper. Right Honorable Speaker, and colleagues, honorable colleagues, his contribution to our aunt country was not in doubt. And his loss is deeply felt by all who knew him, especially the people of Karamoja region. However, honorable Speaker, how much longer must we witness our people dying due to accidents? Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to the concerning issues of road accidents in Uganda. Alarming statistics have shown a persistent increase in fatalities and injuries. The annual performance report released by the Uganda Police Force for the year 2023 revealed a total of 23,608 road crashes, with 4,179 of them being fatal and 12,487 classified as serious crashes. Additionally, right now, Speaker, the report indicates that more than half of all people road crashes were caused by overspeeding. Uganda's roads have become increasingly perilous, with thousands of lives lost each year due to road accidents, underscoring the need for comprehensive strategies beyond law enforcement. Facts such as reckless driving, poor road conditions, and inadequate vehicle maintenance contribute significantly to the high rate of accidents. Tackling these challenges necessitates the involvement of multiple stakeholders, including government, agencies, private sector players, and the general public. Right, Honourable Speaker, we have repeatedly urged the government to prioritize the development and maintenance of road infrastructure. Poorly designed and maintained roads significantly contribute to the road accidents. Investing in better road networks, clear signage, and effective traffic management systems can reduce accident rates. Additionally, policies promoting road safety, educating, and stringent vehicle inspection regulations are essential. The government must work collaboratively with the local authorities and communities to implement these measures effectively. Right, Honourable Speaker, reports of our colleague's death indicate that he was involved in a head-on collision with a truck that crashed into his vehicle. Our highways should be dual carriageways, but many times government says we don't have adequate resources to build them. It is not true that resources are inadequate. Funds are often misallocated and lost to corruption. The money lost to graft could build dual carriage roads on all highways. This is a call for the government to combat corruption and honor the legacy of Honorable Aleper. Right, Honorable Speaker, the energy being invested in quelling peaceful protesters against corruption will instead be deployed to fight corruption, such that we can have resources available to develop our country. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is also imperative that we address the critical issues within our healthcare system. The unfortunate passing of not Honorable just Aleper, but many others could have been prevented if we had a functional care system. Our hospitals are inadequate, lacking proper intensive care units, essential medical supplies, and a sufficient number of medical personnel. Without immediate action, we risk losing more lives of our citizens. A few weeks ago, Honourable Speaker, the government made the disappointing choice of redirecting crucial funds from improving our struggling health system to support ROCO. This decision made by government demonstrates a lack of consideration for the well-being of Uganda citizens who depend on accessible and high-quality health care. No wonder Honorable Aleper had been giving out some handouts, such as bensins to every mother that gave birth at the missionary hospital in Moroto, and this is a testimony of the ailing health care system. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, during the 9th Parliament, where Honorable Aleper was, this House passed a motion urging government to provide better funding and equipment for health facilities located along major highways to adequately handle emergencies, especially for road accident victims. However, government did not support the initiative.
Information, colleague.
The Right Honorable
Information.
Mr. Speaker, I think you need to educate the member about the proceedings of this sitting.
I think it's important.
Please, you know you don't access the microphone without my permission. And number two, I've sent you a note. I've sent you a note. Read it, please, and take action.
And Mr. Speaker, he was in the 9th Parliament. I don't know whether he has mastered the proceedings of Parliament of this nature. So, Right Honourable Speaker, Uganda is among the countries with a non-functioning ambulance system. If we had a functional ambulance system that could respond to emergencies in real time, many lives would be saved. We need to prioritize the lives in Ugandan citizens. I am saddened by the passing of Honorable Aleper, who was my classmate at the Lord Government Center. May his soul rest in eternal peace. And may we all find strength during this time. I extend my heartfelt condolences to his family, the nation, and the people of Karamoja. Right Honourable Speaker, as I conclude, I think we need to pay more attention, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of marking our roads. Mr. Speaker, while driving at night, even in other countries we have gone, Tanzania, Rwanda, roads are marked. They paint them so that these drivers can see clearly where they're driving. People lose lines at night. There is a honorable member, former member of Parliament here, still is a treasurer of NRM. He was our DP member by that time. He survived an accident. And that is the key. What we have along our roads, Mr. Speaker, is one, that where there is reduced speed, police is available. But even they are not road signs, but they arrest people. The issue, most of our highways are not painted, they are lacking markings. And whenever I ask UNRWA, they will state that's the work of Ministry of Works. When you go to Ministry of Works, they refer you back to UNRWA. And as a result, people driving at night lose direction, overtaking each other, and that's very important. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, may I, through you, Mr. Speaker, ask the Prime Minister. This House, on several occasions, we have asked the Prime Minister to bring a bill dealing with how we bring members of Parliament, people who have passed on, some people to Parliament, so that we give them tribute. I would have seen Father Lokodo coming here. I would have wished the late Matthias Bukenya appearing here. But government, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, have failed to bring a law here. In Parliament, we process it so that we stop these arguments. Why are they bringing Sewungu and they are leaving his mother behind? Why are they bringing this one and they're not bringing the other person? We need equity, and the only solution and remedy to this is by bringing that law in Parliament. We pass it, and we know how we bring such big people. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you.
The Prime Minister has had my other issues, but he is more interested in the other seconding. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you, the Honorable Sewungu, Acting LOP. Our Honorable colleagues, I'm going to open up. The Dean of Independent, it's representing Independent. Yeah. Honorable Patrick Nsanja.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Once again, my name is Nsanja Patrick Kayongo, Member of Parliament in Tenjeru South, which is situated in Kayonga District. I am an independent Member of Parliament, and for the record, we are 74 independent Members of Parliament, including the Vice President. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is my second term in Parliament. And in the 9th Parliament as well, I was independent. I got the opportunity of closely interacting with the late But I think before I go into detail, let me take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, sir, to thank you so much for organizing this special session. Yesterday, when Parliament was called off, there were some disregards from a few members. Little did we know that the Office of the Speaker was getting involved in the preparation of this very special session. We are grateful as members of Parliament, but also what must be known here is that death is a fact of life. We are grateful, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, sir, in times like this, a lot is lingering in our minds. I thought, having interacted closely with the late, allow me share two experiences, giving the background for the love I have for the Karamoja sub-region and the Karamojong people as a whole. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the 9th Parliament, we lost a colleague member who was the then woman representative, the Honorable Serena Nevanda. And I was closely, I collected the signature. I was closely related in the collecting of the signatures for the recall of Parliament, because then it was in recess. Me and the Honorable Chiwanda Subi of Mitiana North then. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the time we were trying to collect signatures from Karamoja sub-region members of Parliament, I can tell you it was a good reflection, because they exhibited spirit of togetherness, the spirit of collectiveness, and solidarity. The other experience, Mr. Speaker, sir, I can talk about when I joined Makerere University for my law degree. I met a Karamojong girl with whom we studied in the same class. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have kept the friendship. We have kept the friendship from 2004 to date, and our friendship is like this, tight. And I can confirm to you, honorable members, I did not find any difficulty with building a concrete friendship with the late. And that is why most of the Karamojong members of Parliament here from Karamoja sub-region, they are indeed my good friends, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, yeah, she's a friend, and she's around town here. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to borrow the wording of the Right Honorable Prime Minister while she was moving the motion. Somewhere on page 2, under her justification, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to quote verbatim. She said that the late Honorable Aleper was a competent professional in handling social and technical work. He was able to work in the field under emergency condition in a multicultural environment, and this ably portrayed in his career, giving the various departments where he worked and the positions he held. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to make it known to the members here, because then in our interactions with the late, he used to emphasize the issue of loyalty and respect, especially when we are in a multi-party system of governance. Even in the arguments we made, me and him, were to the effect that we were wondering why party members were not according enough respect to the top leadership of their parties. We were wondering about our generation, which doesn't respect elected leaders. We kept wondering why up to today, members in various political parties do not accord themselves respect, even in situations like this. other than speaking politics all the time, we have got to respect each other and respect situations, especially when we are colleague members. Right, Honorable Speaker, just yesterday but one, the Minister of Works and Transport, General Katumba Wamala, was here, making a very genuine and humble appeal in regard to reasonableness and patience with the road users and the contractors who are constructing our roads. He appealed to us to always be patient to the contractors, because this is very key. We appropriate money here, it goes to the ministry, to the various contractors, but we are not patient, especially when they are doing their work. So the appeal was, it is always important for us to give them enough time as they do the construction, because they must be variable work that is exhibited on all roads. Actually, Mr. Speaker, sir, the key factors that cause accidents are three. The first one being overspeeding, when you overspeed. And the second one, reckless driving. Now, you would sum it all when somebody negligently drives, because then you do not foresee, and you end up dying on spot, as it is being indicated here in the motion. It was very, very unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, sir, lastly, I would want to urge members of Parliament here, especially in situations like this. It is important and required of us to always not do politicking, because when we are here, like we are paying a tribute for the late, it is typically a fact of life. For instance, Mr. Speaker, sir, we needed to attend in full numbers here in the House to pay tribute for a colleague here, because members of Parliament from Karamoja sub-region have always been supportive in all matters, including our deliberations here. I want to officially express my dismay. We needed to attend, for whatever excuse, because Aleper was a serious and competent member of Parliament. I want to thank those that have been able to attend this session. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, lastly, I want to reiterate by borrowing the same wording of our Prime Minister here, the Right Honorable Nabanja, by extending our heartfelt sympathies and condolences. First, to the area member of Parliament of Moroto Municipality, our brother Adome Francis. To the bereaved family, to His Excellency General Museveni, the chairman of NRM, the family, friends, and the entire Karamoja region upon the great loss of our brother here, whom we termed as a first-rate politician. The country has indeed lost a first-rate politician. Very, very unfortunate. We will stand to remember his contribution. We will keep following his deeds. And most importantly, we will keep him and the bereaved family in prayers. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, for the members who are going to contribute to the debate, I will request you control yourselves on time. These were the official seconders and movers, so that we can have as many colleagues as possible are contributing. So the debate opens now, and I will start with the Honorable Adome Frank, followed Honorable Dome Francis, followed by Honorable Chia Remegio, followed by Honorable Esther Nyakun.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to pay tribute to my my former colleague and also brother, the late Honorable Aspro. We actually popularly called him Aspro, but most of you know him as Aleper. I also want to thank the President for according him an official burial. I want to thank all the colleagues present here today. As you've already said, indeed, Karamoja is at a very big loss. We have lost one of the top politicians from the sub-region. Aleper was very instrumental, especially when it came to issues to do with the region. Right now, I represent the people of Moroto municipality, but I want to assure you that we have been working closely, and we had so many things that we shared, especially the plans for the region. Recently, as National Planning Authority was moving around within Karamoja sub-region, Honorable Aleper was very, very instrumental in guiding them in coming up with a 10-year plan, development plan for the region. He actually called us for meetings. We sat down, came up with whatever he wanted us to share with the NPA, and he contributed very, very strong points, which I believe will move Karamoja sub-region forward. But above all, I want to thank government for recognizing him, because indeed he has done a lot. He has really done a lot, although he has gone at a very bad time when we still needed him. He also fought so hard for this peace that is being enjoyed at the moment in Karamoja. He was very vocal. He was a man that stood very firm when it came to issues. That is why he was also known. He had the common name Rock, the Rock Solid. That means if he stood, he wouldn't hesitate in any way. He moved forward to ensure that he drove his point home. I am not going to say much, but I want to thank you, colleagues, once more for coming to pay respect to him. And I also plead that if you get opportunity to come to Karamoja, please come along with us so that we can send him peacefully. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, just before Honorable Remegio Achia, let me first allow Her Excellency the Vice President, and then Honorable Achia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to extend my sincere condolences to the bereaved family of my uncle, Simon Peter Aleper. Honorable, I extend my sincere condolences to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, who is the chairman of NRM, and indeed all the NRM leaders, colleagues, members of parliament, and all the people of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I met the Honorable Simon Aleper in the 9th Parliament. I did not work with him closely in the committee, but I worked very closely with him here in the plenary, because incidentally, he was not by any chance in the same committee with me. But, Mr. Speaker, I stand here to state that the Honorable Simon Peter Aleper was a very steadfast leader who stood for very clear and correct virtues and would always stand and speak about what he stood for very loudly and clearly here in the House and also outside without mincing words. And it was therefore very easy to work with him because he would always speak whatever was in his heart. He was a nationalist. who believed that all the people of Uganda, from the north, east, south, west, or central, if you'd like to call it, were all supposed to benefit from government programs equally. And whenever he would stand to articulate issues in this house, he would not narrow down his arguments to Karamoja alone, but he would widen the argument to benefit all the people of Uganda. So he believed in the principle of NRM, of nationalism. Mr. Speaker, as a member of NRM, rising to serve at the level of SEC means that he was an accomplished NRM leader. Because as you note, Mr. Speaker, there was a time when we used to vote for them, and he would normally get almost 100% across the country. So the NRM as a party has lost a distinguished party member who would always stand to speak in light of the NRM programs, in the radios, in the house here, also when he's engaging the members of the community. Mr. Speaker, the uncle lying here believed in democracy 100%. In his belief of democracy, he knew that there are special interest groups in this country, and he detested discrimination based on tribe, religion, gender, age, etc. The Honorable Simon Aleper is one of the members of NRM who would always remind whoever would like to hear that Ugandans should pursue the politics of interest as opposed to the politics of biology. And Mr. Speaker, the few times I've sat in SEC, he has always spoken out his mind and wants to solve problems through dialogue, constructive criticism, without hiding anything. As a member of Ateker community, Mr. Speaker, as you heard me call him uncle, the Honorable Simon Peter Aleper always stood out to support the cultural ceremonies and always campaigned for all the Ateker community to work together with other cultural groups across the country, and he would always remind us that these cultures in diversity should be a unifying factor, but also would always quick to intervene to say that we should attract investors and tourists to the Ateker region, including Karamoja sub-region. Mr. Speaker, we are going to miss his input in our forthcoming ceremonies, in the Karamoja Cultural Day, and also the Teso Cultural Day, and also most importantly, the biggest ceremony that we are going to host for the first time, where we had hoped we were going to invest on his rich experience in organizing the cultural ceremonies. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Simon Peter Aleper detested corruption in the strongest terms possible. He spoke against corruption in all fora, and I think this House has a leave to borrow from the strong stance that he had against corruption. On issues surrounding the accident, Mr. Speaker, I personally do not have the details. It is not very easy for me to delve into discussing issues surrounding that accident, but we all heard that it was a head-on collision, and we expect that the police and the Ministry of Works should be working in light with getting a clear statement for all of us. But on issues to do with road carnage, I would like to call upon all of us to be conscious enough to do our part. Because the police will tell you it's either human error, it is the road. In this case, Mr. Speaker, that road is smooth. The road between Iganga and Tirinyi is smooth. So for this case, it may have been another error. But I know that some parts of the road sometimes are being widened in order to address the issues of them being black spots. Maybe the Minister of Works and Transport would like to come here with a statement on how far government is making, or the Right Honorable Prime Minister is here, making steps in addressing those black spots. But largely, I call upon all of us to pay attention to our part in terms of road carnage. As national leaders, we have a greater part in making an input in curbing down the issue of road carnage. I thank the President for according the Honorable Simon Peter Aleper an official burial. And to answer the question of Honorable Seungu, Cabinet has already discussed the bill that you are talking about. It is now in the first Parliamentary Council, and it will subsequently be presented by the Right Honorable Prime Minister when it is ready. You raised healthcare issues and other general issues. Government will look into all those issues because they are for all our good. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I want to wish my uncle that he rests in peace, and may God sustain the bereaved. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Vice President. Honorable Achia, I had already picked colleagues.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I want also to thank, first of all, your office, colleagues, the late, when we heard about the accident, as members of Parliament, the first call.
Honorable Chair, honorable colleagues, even a special sitting, you must adhere to the dressing code of this House. Please just check yourselves. If you know you're not okay, do the necessary. Continue, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought this was a special sitting where you can allow us to relax a bit. But anyway, we are grieving. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and our colleagues. When we heard about the information filtered through the night about this unfortunate incident, the first call was to the Speaker of Parliament. And colleagues, I want to thank our Right Honorable Madam Speaker for responding to us as colleague members of Parliament. She was able to wake up in the middle of the night, get in touch with the Air Plus Funeral Services, together with the Captain Maime Kula, and the late was, we were able to get the body from Iganga, get it treated, and being brought to Mulago. Mr. Speaker, we want to thank, through you, to thank the Speaker and your office for that response. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Central Executive Committee and the President himself for being in touch throughout this terrible time and quickly saying now at this level of Central Executive Committee that it should be accorded an official burial. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I want to correct a write-up of my brother, Honorable Seungu. Most of you know Tirinyi Road from that corner called Bukona. Honorable Aleper was knocked at around 1 a.m. on a straight road. Before where he was knocked, there are humps. And he was coming from Bale, coming to Kampala. Just 6.3 kilometers before joining the Iganga-Bugiri-Toro highway. The road is so straight, and the way he was knocked, it was not head-on collision. Up to now, the car which is available in Iganga Police, the front is intact. It seems to me, because the car, even if there had been even a knock on the side, and if it was a moving car in motion, it would have overturned. It seems to me that Honorable Aleper had foreseen a trailer coming, and he moved on the side of the road, but the oncoming trailer, we imagine it is a trailer, because the knock on the east door, because it was the one driving, the tire marks are on the side of the door up to today. That trailer, whatever car it is, it was very big, because for a V8, for a tire to reach at your window level, and the tire marks on the side of the car bear the paint of blue and yellow. The car did not overturn. It knocked him on the side and he died on the spot. So please, Honorable Seungu, tell your leader of opposition to correct this thing. It's right up. It's not true. Mr. Speaker, we are mourning, but it is now 72 hours, honorable colleagues. 72 hours, and we have not received the report of the whereabouts of the truck, the killer truck. Up to now, no, we have been told that it is unknown. And it seems to me it's going to happen like what happened to Okabe. We want to hear, Mr. Speaker, from government. How far is the Ministry of Internal Affairs? As far as the police, CID, gone with investigation to apprehend the killer truck? In the circumstances that even at the entrance to Tirinyawe, there is a camera. There are cameras at the entrance, at that corner. There are cameras along that road. How come up this moment the people of Karamoja have not been told the whereabouts of the killer truck? Number two, Mr. Speaker, please, we need that statement from government. For a level of Aleper, a member of the Central Executive Committee, up to now, we don't even know whether there is a specialized unit of police that is following up this truck. We have not got any information. At least we members of Parliament, of the Chairman Karamaja Parliamentary Group and their family, we have not got any information. As a region, as a family, as a country, of the killer truck. And the more it takes, is you will give people room to say all kinds of noise, to start suspicious talk. Please give us quickly the report on this thing. Get from the cameras, whichever camera is working, to get us the report. Mr. Speaker, number two. Aleper, Karamoja has lost a voice. When Aleper joined campus in 96, or even before that in 1994, actually after finishing Morota High School, he didn't have anybody to pay school fees. And we want to thank the people of Cornerstone Academy here, Luero. They one who picked him. And when he went there, he performed very well and joined Makerere. When he finished Makerere, some of the things which are not there is that he joined the cadet course. He actually was in Ginger, cadet officer. At some point, he decided to come out and pursue active politics. He was not chased. Aleper was a person, as a counselor. He preferred dialogue. He would put you through logically, maybe because of his background of doing philosophy and political science and philosophy. He would always want to develop consensus. And he did a lot in the region. When we were in this parliament, he was a secretary publicity for Karamoja Parliamentary Group when I was a secretary, and Honorable Pereira was the chair. We did a lot here, and Sam Lokeris was also the chair. How would Aleper be remembered? Now he's here, my brother. How would he like this country to remember him? Aleper was passionate about integrity. He was passionate about changing Karamoja. When he finished Makerere together with a few colleagues of his friends, they formed what we call Forum for the Advancement and Transformation of Karamoja. Security told them, please go down on that. Are you trying to secede or what? They talked them down. Recently, he formed the Karamoja Professional Association, which has been active, Mr. Speaker. They came to you on the issue of KDA, that don't remove KDA, and you have a write-up on what his ideas about why KDA should not be lifted from the law books. His passion was to transform Karamoja. He has participated, as the Prime Minister said, the recent action where he was in Moroto was to negotiate for land, which he succeeded for a cement factory. As we talk now, even the documents which are in police in Iganga are documents that was being to be signed. He had negotiated for 400 acres for a new cement factory. 500 acres. And the documents are here. He had
Thank you.
the community in Karamoja.
Just honorable conclude.
Yeah,
because we
community
have
in
your
Karamoja
colleagues.
had signed those documents. And he was determined that as we are young people, every time we work together with him, we must ourselves transform Karamoja. We must work to change Karamoja. We must benefit from the minerals, the 50 commercial minerals there, and change the region. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to pray to the gallant NRM party. Aleper was passionate about his children. Even 2 weeks ago, we were discussing how his son, sitting there from SETA, would join my children who are in the state to study engineering, wants to do engineering. He wanted to take most of his children for further studies. If there is anything we could do for that family, remember he's an orphan, his wife is also an orphan. They join hands together to work for those children. If there was anything at all we could do, is to see to it that his children get education. His children get education. Colleagues, even if we are able to get 200,000 per person, it will never go to waste. His wife, we have left with those children. With the job of community development officer at the district, what can she do? Please, Vice President, Madam Prime Minister, if there is anything as a gallant party of NRM that loves Karamoja and Karamoja loves this country and loves this party, please do something about creating a fund for the education of those children. All of us will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Anyakun, and then Honorable Minister for Karamoja, and then.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for taking us through this day today. In a special way, I want to thank the Right Honorable Speaker herself, because when I called a call at 6 a.m. about the death of my brother, I called her and she immediately put Mike Mokula on a conference call together with A+, and we all coordinated how to bring the body back home. Right Honorable Speaker, Aleper was a dad, a real dad. Aleper was a husband. When he got his wife, she had not yet completed her school, but he did not get another one who was educated. He decided to take the one he had got and took her back to school. Aleper remained with the children that he had, the 6 children. With his height, with his handsomeness, he didn't have stray bullets. All the children are with him. That is respect for the family. Aleper, colleagues, I'm praising a person I've grown up knowing. What I'm trying to bring here, Right Honorable Speaker, is he was a responsible husband. This is what I'm trying to bring. He had given his life to Uganda, to the NRM party, and to Karamoja. For us, the people of Karamoja, we consider Aleper as a hero. The gap he has created, the vacuum he has created is unrecoverable. And nobody has the zeal that Aleper had, especially for the region and for the party. I want to thank His Excellency the President for according him an official burial. We are so delighted as the people of Karamoja. In a special way, I want to thank the SEC members. You have been there from day one, dedicated, sitting there with us at home and everywhere. We have realized how you loved our brother. The members of parliament from Karamoja, the committees, both from Karamoja and the ones in Kampala, we thank you as a region. Yes, you're right, Honorable Speaker. Aleper has left a footprint that we can never forget. Aleper was a leader who would speak the word the way it is. And what made him to speak like that is because of the environment. Karamojong speak words the way it is. They are very straightforward. And they are very honest people. When he was in parliament, I remember one day he called me and he took me to his new home, which is building in the village. He did not prefer having a home in Kampala, but he thought of having a home first in Karamoja. That's what we call transformation. We want people who are developing back home. Aleper was an exemplary leader. Colleagues, I want to tell you something. I went with Aleper in the same high school. When I was in senior 1, he was in senior 4. But you could see how he was struggling to go to school. We all struggled. We missed bullets. That's why we forever vote NRM party, because we no longer see those bullets in the region. The few which are there are criminals, which are everywhere. Even in Kampala, they are there. But in Karamoja, he knows what NRM has done, and that's why he has dedicated his time for the party, because he went through a thick and thin during the time when we grew up. He has left a legacy. Aleper was a charismatic leader, because he also talked to us when we joined the parliament. Make sure you speak for the region. Today we were seeing on the screen, every minute he was speaking about the region. So whatever transformation we have, whether it's a road, whether it's a hospital, he contributed, and we shall always thank him for that. Colleagues, when Aleper died, I didn't know whom to call, because he has no brother. He was a dependable husband. He has no sister who any of us would say, let us call, and he comes in. So this is the family. He has left them in a blank space. And that's why you see my brother Remigio is trying to say, ask how government can help us to take care of the children. We know our able leader, the president, he could be watching what is happening now. These children could be included in the State House scholarship. The rest can wait. Please. There is a quote I want to say by Brody Aston. Heroes are made by the path they choose, not powers they are graced with. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Karamoja.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this week has been a dark week for Karamoja. You will see most of us not even talking, just pondering what next. The Honorable lying there, I knew even his parents before. And when he grew up with my children. They used to come to my home. Even when they came to university, he got one he was studying with called Godfrey Tekolo Keris. He's a magistrate. All the time They were on leave, they would come there. And I was watching what type of person he is. Whenever there was a problem, they would say, Daddy, we are thinking of this. What's your opinion about it? Struggling to talk about Karamoja. I would advise, take this path. Don't go to terrorize people. Just speak normally. There will be people who will be at your side to talk about Karamoja. And of course, the region. You know, those who have been ministers, it's not easy even to say, we are coming up to say, we want this, point of this. No. But we will tell them, speak. And with us who had been in ministries, you speak on the side of your ministry. But this man was particular. You imagine, when I was appointed to go to the docket of Karamoja, they all came, including Remedios, who are now designing. What do we do to make sure the place is completely peaceful? I told them, you join me. We are moving to the ground. I have already addressed people in towns. We now go to the bush. I've already gone somewhere and I met groups in Kotido, Mathenico. We said we must talk to these people who are disturbing people and get the children out. Why? Then he came, we looked at the plan they have made. It's very nice. We will come to cabinet and parliament, how to develop Karamoja. Then, this time we were lucky. Some people came there, investors. They said they want to construct cement factories. And he was among the negotiators. They negotiated for one in Naduyet. We have finished that one. The one is being constructed. They were now negotiating for another one to be built in Katikekele. Now, this one, he was now having protracted talks with the PAPs and the investors. They finished the last week. And he was all the time sending information to me. Look at this. How do you think about this? I would also reply and say, maybe it would be like this. We discuss. But the day when he came and he met this rang me in the evening at 6. He said, sir, I have finished with these people who have agreed. Send me even a text. And I said, when are you coming? He said, I am coming tomorrow. Little did I know that he started again the journey at night, because that was already late. I went to sleep, waiting for them to come, and we go and sign. But what did I hear in the morning? Somebody tells me, sir, it looks Aspro, that is his petty name. This means he has had accident. I said, hey, is he hurt? Say, it looks he has even died. What? Died? That was really bad news for me. I said, let's go. We are now traveling to the office. When I went there, I found the Right Honorable Prime Minister, as we had already known, everybody had known, and people were running. Really, in a desire to try to find a way of making arrangements to bring the body here. They said the body is already on the way. I said, that's very good. We had a meeting in the office. I went, I found Right Honorable there sharing. I told her, excuse me, I cannot attend this meeting. I cannot hear what is being spoken here. Then I left. That is how the news came. And thinking of a person you knew from childhood up to now, what you have been saying about Parliament, all those I know, the man was good-hearted and consultative every time. And that's what I liked about him. Now, he's here lying when we had expected. He had now matured, reached maturity. Now he would be advising us. But that's how our nature is. All of us are here. One by one time we shall not be here. Where are those who were here before? They have gone. The only thing we ask God is, you take us slowly. But I know we shall go. And for people like us now, I'm not of your ages, you look at me like this. And that's why I call him my son. And he's honorable. So I've been here for some time. I've also worked for government before. So for sure, it is good manners to behave well and be dexterous with what you are dealing with. So I want to repeat to say, appealing to the House and those who are hearing, especially His Excellency, when I went to talk to these children, I looked at them. I told them, don't mind. People die. Don't commit suicide. God will come to your side. And what I was thinking was, education. We have been assisting these young people, but these are the children who have been brought to the earth. Now he has gone, he has left the children in our hands. I am very confident that we shall be handling as a government the issues of these children. Education. Even I used to tell him and my son, who is his friend, I said, I came from a bush looking after cows, and I came to study. The education has shaped me. I don't drive. I sit behind, and the cars are going by themselves. So if you also study, that you will be like me. You go ahead, work very hard. There's nothing difficult, and that's what I tell everybody when I meet. Eh?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Time is up. Thank you. Thank you. I'll pick Honourable Sarira, Honourable. I just want to see about balancing. Honourable Sarira, Honourable Santa, of course. Honourable, Santa Arum, Honourable Gilbert. Honourable One, I'm going to pick you in the next phase, okay? Honourable Susan Amero, Honourable Huda Oreru, Honourable Robert Irukari. And then I do another round. And Honourable Numbers of Florence. Then you give me a chance, I first run through Karamoja group, and then come back.
Honourable Speaker.
But let's be cautious of time. And honourable colleagues in the VIP gallery, we have our very own colleague, Honourable Mike Kennedy Sebaru, former Member of Parliament. And Honourable Robert Kirige Sebunya was also in the VIP gallery. Thank you. Honourable Wasarira.
Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to join colleagues in paying tribute to the late Simon Peter Aleper, and specifically, Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of political party leaders and on behalf of my comrade, fellow party leader, General Museveni, allow me to express my deepest condolences to him and the NRM, but also the country, upon the loss of our colleague. Right Honourable Speaker, the leader of opposition in his remarks did mention about road accidents. The Vice President has said up to now we are not so sure about the exact cause of the accident. But Right Honourable Speaker, each time we have road accidents, the conclusions are basically about reckless driving, about overspeeding, bad roads, and the like. Right Honourable Speaker, there is an angle that I want to invite this House to pay some attention to, and that relates to the issue of counterfeits. The counterfeit tires, counterfeit spare parts, the counterfeit oils that we use, the counterfeit bitumen, the counterfeit equipment that we use in the infrastructure. These are aspects that have contributed immensely to the causes of road accidents that are being ignored, especially in the processes of investigation by police. As we remember and eulogize our brother, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to invite the government and Parliament to to take very keen interest on the impact of counterfeit and the relationship or connection between counterfeit and increasing cases of road accidents in this country. I am glad, Right Honourable Speaker, that Parliament is yet to consider a law on counterfeit. And I hope when that time comes, we will have the opportunity to address this matter extensively. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and may our colleagues' soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Honourable Gilbert. Yes, Gilbert, then Santa, and Amero.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to appreciate government for according our colleagues a state burial. Right Honourable Speaker, I was with Honourable Simon Aleper in the 11th Parliament. In the 9th Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, I was thinking of the year that we joined Parliament. That was 2011. Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Aleper Simon, he was a very straightforward man. I recall in 2013, when the list of cabinet was released, Honourable Simon Peter, he called a press conference and he asked government, I quote, NRM normally talk of sharing the cake. Where is it written that a Karamojong must not be appointed a cabinet minister? Right Honourable Speaker, that statement alone changed the look of the government towards the people of Karamoja. And it is true, at that time, there was no Karamojong was in the cabinet at that particular time. That is why Honourable Aleper was very bold and he was very serious in the cabinet. Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Aleper was...
Are you meaning a full minister?
Yes, a cabinet minister. Okay. Yes.
All ministers are members of cabinet, for the record. So...
On that note, we can talk about full minister.
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Aleper was so bold. On that note, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Aleper used to like his region. He used to talk very positively about Karamoja. To the family, Right Honourable Speaker, to the dear wife and the children, in the book of Psalm 38, verse 18, the Bible says, the Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. The Bible also says, Right Honourable Speaker, that if we live for the Lord. And if we die for the Lord. So, whether we live or we die, we belong to the Lord. I pray for the family, take heart. The children, your father has gone, but he is with the Lord. The Bible says there is time for everything. In this world, all of us shall follow the same path. Honourable Aleper, my comrade, rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Arum. I will finish the whips and then we continue, the party whips. Then we continue. Yes, Honourable Arum.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to pay tribute to the late Honourable Aleper Simon, the person I served with in the 9th Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me thank the government for giving Honourable Aleper official and befitting ceremony. Mr. Speaker, if there is one thing which defines who Honourable Aleper was, is dedication. A man who was dedicated to the family, to the people of Karamojo, and even to this parliament and to culture. Mr. Speaker, when we were in the 9th Parliament, one thing that I remember very, very well was his mobilization towards the issues affecting people of Karamojo. He would come to you very humbly, requesting your support in case there's something affecting the people that he represents. And Mr. Speaker, secondly, I want to urge those in authority. It's good we have the VP here, the Prime Minister is here. You are the people in authority. This fallen man fought so hard for the disadvantaged sub-region. And it's my humble prayer that you take the voices coming from here, that he has left behind a very young family, a young widow, and then the orphans. The government has enough space to look after this family. And may his soul rest in eternal peace. Fare thee well, Honorable.
Thank Honorable Court, DP Whip.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues in paying tribute to our fallen colleague, Honorable Aleper. Right Honorable Speaker, I met Aleper 3 times. The first time I met him was in the year 2008 during a program review for the Karamoja Integrated Disarmament Development Program. The second time I met him was from Moroto when we were in a panel during a recruitment exercise for an officer to oversee Karamoja under the office of the UN OCHA, Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. When I hear people speak about Honorable Aleper, and they do mention about his integrity, it was his niche for integrity that helped us to zero down on a candidate. We had a stalemate when 2 people scored the same marks, and we had no idea how to separate the 2 and make one win. It was Aleper who advised us that let us get back to the way each of these candidates was answering questions. And he did say one of the candidates was straightforward. For what he did not know, would say clearly that I don't know this. And he advised that is a sign of integrity. And the job went to the person. The third time I met him was this year, when he appeared with the Karamoja professionals before the Committee of Presidential Affairs, putting their case that KDA should not be disbanded. So when I hear people say how much he fought for the development of Karamoja and how much he always advocates for Karamoja, I do agree. And for sure, Karamoja and the country has lost. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. FDC Katonga Whip. Honorable Semuju, for the record.
Mr. Speaker, because you are formerly an FDC, so you understand the FDC things. Mr. Speaker, Aleper found me in Makerere. He came in 96, I had joined a year earlier. It was one of those noisy, boys from Karamoja. The Honorable Ocheru stood for guild president and was very active. I hope the Honorable Baka Mugabe recalls. We've grown. So one of the sad things that has happened to our generation is that we thought by this time, because I am 52 this year, maybe one of us will be the president. But all the people are not giving way. Mr. Speaker, the National Bureau of Statistics in 2022, about a year ago, released the report they call the Multidimensional Poverty Report, which looks at a broader, which defines poverty in a broader way, including looking at education, access to health. And Karamoja became #1. Multidimensional poverty in Karamoja is at 82%, followed by Acholi. I don't know whether that is a reason that colleagues were thanking NRM, but that's what the National Bureau of Statistics said. 82% of people in Karamoja are suffering from multidimensional poverty. When they are sick, they can't go to hospital. They resort to nature. That's in the report. So one of the things that I always teased the Honorable Aleper about was their love for the NRM that has kept multidimensional poverty in Karamoja at 82%. One time, this is a report of government, you can access it even on the internet, Honorable Rokeris. So one time the MPs in the 9th Parliament, including Aleper, they addressed a press conference at Hotel Africana and said the worst thing that had happened to Karamoja was the appointment of Mr. Museveni's wife as a minister for Karamoja. Those of you who were in that parliament and from Karamoja, you can bear me witness. The following day, they came here in the members' lounge, the same people who had been at Africana, and said the best thing that happened to Karamoja was the appointment of Mama Janet as a minister for Karamoja. And my brother was one of them. I am not accusing. I am only asking, looking for answers. Maybe Honorable Rokeris, who has been here for 2.5 decades now, can explain. What is it that endears you to NRM that has kept you? So you can see how colleagues are thankful that the President has given Honorable Aleper state funeral. Because I told you last time when we were mourning a person here that that is one of the things that he gives equitably. State funeral he can pick around from Karamoja, from Buganda, from... You should be thanking the President for giving people jobs, not state funeral. This young man didn't want to die. You are now crying that his children have remained vulnerable. You should be thanking the President for his education policies that can make children go to school, not for dishing out like handouts, state funerals, and you are a parliament. Therefore, as I mourn my friend, I have told you we met when we were young people. As I mourn him, I want to ask, and I am happy, the senior leaders of NRM, senior leaders by virtue of their appointment, because most of the senior leaders were chased. I want to appeal to you. When you come here, speak about policies for everybody. If we are crying for children of a former MP, what about the ordinary person? That children of former MPs, you are not sure of their education after his tragic passing. And we are a parliament of Uganda. Therefore, my brother, Aleper, I remember him. I said he was noisy. He was very noisy. Those who were with us at the university can testify. That we die, you've been an MP and you can't be sure that your children will continue with education. And then people say, want to thank the President, thank NRM. You are thanking them for what? For the state funeral. We need to get serious. We are a legislature, a National Assembly.
Thank you, Honorable Semiji. Thank you. Honorable Amero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise to pay tribute to my colleague, the late Honorable Aleper Simon Peter. I am privileged to have joined Parliament with him together in the 9th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, one thing I know about the person lying before us here is that he was very, very smart, eloquent, and consistent in everything he said. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aleper was a nationalist. Today I see the way things are moving in this country, even in this house, even at the time when he passed on in that accident. Maybe things would be different in this house. The other day I listened to the list of leaders of committees being presented in this house. Maybe there would have been a change if he had made it to reach SEC and attend that meeting. The national cake is not equal. The way the appointments are being done is not balanced. In the whole of this house, I know when you look at the region, northern region, eastern region, and central region, we have fewer MPs than the western region. But even then, when it comes to leadership in this house, we have very, very few seats that some regions have been ignored. I know if Honorable Aleper had made it to that SEC meeting, maybe one more or two would have also been named from our regions. Right Honorable Speaker, I rose on the floor of this house over the issue of the roads in this country. I talked about the markings. It is very difficult to drive in the night when the roads are not clearly marked. I don't know how much it takes to buy the reflector paint that was supposed to put on these roads. Maybe it could have been a problem because you can't know where you are supposed to end when you are driving when there's no demarcations on the road. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to stand up to this. Paint is not very expensive. I said that thing here and the minister was like, we don't have money. Why should we think about money, 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 even for smaller things? What are our right priorities for this country? Right Honorable Speaker, cases have come up on issues like accidents, and we have put a lot of money from this house to buy cameras. But these cameras cannot give you good pics that you can recognize what is happening. What is happening in this country? The type of pics that come out of these cameras is below standard. Some cameras have been planted where there's no power. I don't know whether they are working or they are dummies. Right Honorable Speaker, this house needs to stand up to do an audit on the cameras that are on our roads. I sympathize with the family for losing the breadwinner. But we cannot plan death. We cannot even know when it happens. I want to pray that the good Lord keeps you, protects you, and guides you. This is not the end. I personally became an orphan at the age of 10 years. You can make it. Stand strong, be firm, and just be good as your father was. Nobody will ignore you. We shall look up to you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Hudoreru, Honorable Rukari, and Honorable Gidudu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker and members of this House, many people know Honorable Aleper as a father, as a husband, as a brother, as uncle. But additionally, I also know Honorable Aleper as a former member of parliament of this house, and as a member of Central Executive Committee of Mighty Party NRM, where I have been with Aleper for more than now 7 years. Right Honorable Speaker, in 9th Parliament here, we are with Aleper, but because I was not together in a committee with him, I didn't have so much time to interact with him, apart from just sharing whenever he's contributing in this house. But when Aleper joined committee of SEC, that is Central Executive Committee, where I have also been, we have been together and doing so many things that gave me opportunity to know Aleper and understand him more. Right Honorable Speaker, Aleper is a democracy lover. Aleper is a multi-party lover. Aleper loves party discipline. For example, in 2016, when we went for elections primaries, Aleper contested, just lost with 28 votes. But he said, this is my party, I am not going to contest independent. When most of us, after losing, we even decided to go back, we leave our party discipline and we said we are going to contest as independent. He did not do that. That shows how he loves NRM, the party he belonged to. And indeed, he has so many justifications why he loved NRM. Therefore, today, if members are here thanking Commander-in-Chief, the chairman of NRM party, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for coding Aleper official burial, and for the peace and security created in the Karamoja sub-region, they are right. Right Honorable Speaker, those of you who have not experienced or who have just experienced a light insecurity can take it lightly and just joke and talk. But those of us who have grown as refugees in other countries, who have stayed in this country as a displaced, the IDPs, whoever you are in this country, you can stand up and say thank you, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for creating peace in this country. That one alone, leave alone everything. Because there's no another development without peace and security. That is a cardinal role that as Ugandans we must look at. And that is what Honorable Aleper had based himself in whenever he's contributing to this country. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aleper was a team worker. Honorable Aleper was a consensus builder. He was an influencer. When he starts talking, you may end up accepting everything that he says because he knows really how to influence, how to bring you on board. Right Honorable Speaker, one day we were going to Changwa Zinali for retreat. I was together with Aleper. He started his talking. By the time we realized, because we also left here late in the evening, by the time we realized we had already reached Fort Portal, we forgot we were going to Changwazi. And it was a short distance for us because everything that he says, you put your attention to listen to it. That is how Honorable Aleper is. So we had now to make a U-turn. We came back, then we started our way back going to Karamoja. And that is the man we are mourning here today. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aleper, as a team builder, he decided to make a SEC as a think tank. As a SEC, we have a group called and deployed in SEC. Whenever we are going to SEC, that team must sit first, consult among themselves, and see how they will contribute in SEC. Some of the members are here. Indeed, that is why lately in that evening, Honorable Aleper had decided to drive himself because there was a way we wanted to contribute in this last SEC, which we did not. We are all saddened to hear the noise. We couldn't speak. That is a commitment of somebody who is patriotic, leaving Karamoja at that time, Moroto, and driving herself here to come and sit in a meeting. It is a heart you have for your country. When you don't have that, you will not do that. This is the man who is here. Honorable Aleper was so open-minded, independent, consistent. When he is speaking, he says it as it is. He will not call a spade a big spoon, or a spoon a big spade. If it is spade, and it is spade. Honorable Aleper, in SEC meetings where we would reach that we could not, we would get confused. He was the one giving us wisdom and wise. He would give us a directive of how the discussions should move in that house. This is the man lying here that we are giving tribute to. He has died at the time we wanted him more. Right Honorable Speaker, when these issues of corruption and what has taken this country, Honorable Aleper had even called our group. He said, members, the think tank forum of 9+2, can we sit, discuss, and we chart a way forward? Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know. It is unfortunate for the country. It is unfortunate for members of NRM. Within a term, we have now lost 2 people. Immediately when elections were organized, our group recruited a late Right Honorable Speaker in our group. He was sitting in our group. Jacob Ulana was recruited in our group. We had just, I think, two or three meetings. We lost him. So it has been Aleper who has been giving us a guidance. Now he has gone. But what I want to tell members here and family, we are not going to let the legacy of Aleper just disappear. We shall organize ourselves. We shall take the ball by its own, the way he has been doing it. Honorable Aleper, our brother, our guider, the one who has been putting things right in SEC, the one who was trying to mobilize and give direction for NRM, the one who would discuss face-to-face with the chairman of the party, the one at the last meeting when we had informed SEC that the elders of Karamoja have given 200 acres for the commander-in-chief, for the president and the chairman of the party to put a demonstration farm in Karamoja, which Right Honorable Speaker, I think we should follow up, because those are his last words. And he had said the land is already there. The elders have accepted that we put a model farm in Karamoja. I think we should take it from there and we do it for his legacy so that we shall continue to remain. My brother, can you rest in peace for God and my country?
Amen. Honorable Kari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I have known Simon for almost 10 years. Today, for those of us who are in church, we are reminded that we have a rehearsal for death every night. That when you sleep, you're actually dead, and you are lucky when you wake up. We also know that death is certain. What is uncertain is when you will die. Honorable Simon, I don't want to repeat myself, was a good person in caucusing. Honorable Remigio was asking about the fund. Tomorrow, honorable colleagues, the NRM will announce, because we have already passed it, the fund for the children, and some of our members have already contributed. And maybe we shall ask the executive here, through the caucus chair, to mobilize members from here. But tomorrow, it shall be announced officially by the national chairman of NRM. When you talk about Aleper, I see our colleagues here who are always with him, and myself. He would go, he didn't have to announce himself that he's around, because he was not a small man. He was a giant. He had a description in terms of his attire, and when you'd engage him, then you would know who Simon is. I'm a bit constrained to say that Simon was humble. Maybe a bit civil, but when it came to Karamoja issues, the humbleness, the humility in the Aleper would be put aside. We've seen it, our colleagues who are here. I remember in 2019, during December SEC meeting, we had an urgent meeting, short time with our national chair. He informed us, no any other business, but when the main business was over, Aleper stood up. The chairman said, no, we had already agreed on the agenda. Aleper stood up, picked the microphone, and mentioned one thing, which I will repeat. He said, Mr. President, the LC3 chairman of Moroto has been murdered. And we all sat back and listened about the Karamoja story. No wonder the deployment, the Karamojong representation here, the deployment of UPDF and police was single-handedly pushed through the executive by none other than Simon Aleper. Ladies and gentlemen, we can only emulate his good qualities of talking the truth. Some of us, when Aleper would pick the microphone, you would wait, what next? Because of his character. He would be talking about going this side, he pushes you the other side. And on principle, and in most cases, when he's right. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Honorable Gidudu.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, condolences. Condolences to all my SEC members up there. Condolences to our NRM party. Aleper was a unique and a rare character. He was the age of what I would say my son. And he always called me Muzei whenever we met. But he had that intergenerational interactions. And he made it such that I was co-opted in the SEC caucus, where I was, if you took the range of age, I beat them with over 20, 25 years. And we had very good interactions, so that when we went, we were set to see what we would do. About 2 weeks ago, I talked to Aleper. I wanted to visit my elders in Karamoja because I'm a SEC member for elders. And we had agreed that in August, I would be going there. And this morning, when I heard this very sad news, it really hit me as if it's a storm. And I must tell you, this is a very, very sad day for SEC as the top organ, for all our districts, and especially those in Karamoja, because he was the vice chairman, Karamoja region. The first time I saw Aleper, he was dressed uniquely. And I asked who he was, and they told me that's a Karamojong. And I'd never seen a Karamojong dressed that way. But he really respected culture, and he looked smart in it. And Aleper fought for his people, fought for all Ugandans. And Aleper was a good mobilizer. Aleper was very forceful in his interactions. He really pushed his points to the hilt. And for us, who had an opportunity to work with him, we enjoyed those moments. Of course, I must say condolences to the family, to his clan, to the people of Karamoja and Uganda as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I must thank you for quickly finding time, as much as we were on session, for bringing us together to bring out the life of this wonderful son of Uganda. A lot of you have appealed, and definitely there are going to be responses. Of course, as you realize, every government has the opposition, and has the leader. And definitely, to be a leader is not by chance. You must work for it. The current president we have worked for it. And for me, I would send my condolences to him, to also the vice chairman of the party, that we have lost one of our gallant sons. And finally, I pray that let Honorable Aleper rest in peace wherever he is now. And I thank you.
Thank you. Minister of State for Karamoja, followed by Minister Ivinariri, Rosalyn Leary, that's Minister for Ethics, and followed by Honorable Loki, John Bosco. Sorry?
Thank
John
you.
Baptist. Colleagues, I'm now going to first do a round in Karamoja group. Then I'll pick in from the former colleagues he had in the house. Then, yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable
The
Speaker.
Karamoja in-laws will wait a bit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to join my colleagues in eulogizing a friend, a remarkable visionary, a trailblazer, a beacon of hope, full of compassion, with a spirit of wisdom, a strategic thinker, a man of integrity. I met my brother lying there in Chisozi, where the president had invited the cabinet for a retreat. And we spoke about the issues of Karamoja. No wonder we have colleagues who still speak very ill against Karamoja. I can only stand here to sympathize with you, because I think there is a corruption of integrity amongst some colleagues When I spoke to the late, we were dispelling the narratives against Karamoja. When people still say we are waiting for Karamoja to develop, they will be waiting for Christ to return. It is very sad, Right Honorable Speaker, for a colleague to raise, to eulogize a fallen hero, but find space to discredit, to disrespect a leader. It is very, very unfortunate. We, the members of parliament who are in the first, second term, look at some of the members that have stayed here for some time as our seniors. But one of the things that they may want us to learn from them is discredit and disrespect leaders. And I think we are a little adamant. We are not about to stand on these mics and leave it on the Hansard to especially abuse our president. It is very, very unparliamentary. Honorable colleagues, whatever it is, we need to respect our leader. He's elected by the people of Uganda. Whether you want it or not, he is elected. And the Bible says, leadership comes from God. So the election of God cannot be contested by us here. However powerful you think you are, you cannot contest God. And to the family, the Bible says in Psalm 68 verse 5, that God is the father of the fatherless and the protector of the widows. All these words that people have spoken here and elsewhere will culminate into a star, and God will bring up destiny helpers, and the children will grow, and the widow will live. And we, the leaders of Karamoja, will protect the widow to ensure that injustices are not made around her. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the Bible still says in Psalm 61 verse 2, it says, I cry to the Lord when my heart is overwhelmed. He leads me to a rock higher than I. How I pray that we seek solace in the Lord, because besides the family, the people of Karamoja have lost, the colleagues in parliament here have lost, the nation has lost, the president of Uganda has lost a branch that has been helping him to ensure that government moves in the right order. I end by saying and requesting that honorable members, honorable colleagues who have been in parliament longer than others, please learn to teach us the right things. Teach us the right ways. Teach us how to behave while standing before this mic.
Thank you.
My brother Aspro, rest in peace. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Kerry Rose, Honorable Oki John Baptist, Honorable Hilary Lokwang, Honorable Esther Atiang, Esther Atiang, yes, Honorable Peter.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to pay tribute to our brother. Mr. Speaker, sir, the late Honorable Simon Peter Aleper, our brother now lying here in front of us, was a very straightforward person. I first met Honorable Simon Peter Aleper in Moroto High School. He was in senior 3, and for me, I was in senior 5. I was an head girl by then, and he was in the student body. So, Honorable Simon Aleper, my brother you see lying here, Right Honorable Speaker, grew up with me. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, our brother here, lying in front of us right now, was a very hard-working student by then. And he used to have a very special friend of his called Ismail. and they could move together. Being young in school by then, they used to come to the hostel of the girls. And the first thing they would come and ask where the head girl was. And every time, he would ask me, "You look a very good leader." Then one time I told him, "We are going to read and we shall become leaders of Karamoja and we shall become leaders of Uganda." And here we were in the 9th Parliament. When we came again, we met here. Right Honorable Speaker, our brother you are seeing here was a man of God. He was a mobilizer. He was a man of integrity. He was a man who had values. I remember one time in the 9th Parliament, he mobilized us. Honorable John Baptist Loki, the former member of Parliament of Napak, who is up there in the gallery, Namoy Stella, myself, the former member of Parliament of Abim, the woman member of Parliament of Abim, Remigio Achia, on the issues of the bad roads in Karamoja. Right Honorable Speaker, he mobilized us and we went for a press conference. And how I wish they played that when we were viewing him there. Because he had a message. And from that time, they started working on the roads of Karamoja. Even the tarmac road was worked upon. Even Nakapripri to Miembe, it was because of the mobilization skills of our brother lying here. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aleper, we are seeing lying here, was a man who could speak the truth. When he tells you something, he has researched and he has got it up to the depth. Right Honorable Speaker, we have lost an icon of Karamoja. We have lost a pillar of Karamoja. And the whole of Karamoja now is crying. There were no ethnic boundaries on Simon Peter Aleper. He could move from Amuda to Karenga, from the Ik to the Tepeth, from Pian to Abim. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the President of this country. Our colleague was saying, why do we thank him? We as Ugandans must thank the President of this country because of all the love, the visionary leadership he has put, all his strength he has put for this country. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is a fact. Even somebody in the village down there who has never greeted him knows about it. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by requesting.
Honorable, here we don't add ourselves time. We seek for it.
Thank you. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you. Honorable Oki John Baptist.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me time to join my colleagues to pay tribute to our fallen colleague. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in sending sincere condolences to the bereaved family on the demise of our brother. I know this is a very tough and trying moment. We believe in God. God can give them the spirit of being resilient. Right Honorable Speaker, I have known the late Honorable Aspro, the one we refer to, Honorable Simon Peter Aleper, since our childhood. We have traversed education from our age of 10 years, and we went through up to the university. We even joined this parliament together in 2011. That's why the people of Moroto refer to us as political twins. During my time with the late, I have known the late Aleper Simon Peter as a social man. A social man who would mix with all different tribes of people, who would find time to talk to different categories of people, because he wanted to interact with them and get the best out of them. Right Honorable Speaker, even when we are members of parliament in Moroto, I represented the people of Mathinico County from 2011 up to now. Even when he's in the constituency, he would say he's going to have a peace dialogue meeting in Mathinico while I'm in Kampala. Some colleagues would say, no, don't go to my constituency without me. But he would call me and I tell him, please, you are going for a genuine cause. Please go and do peace mobilization in my constituency, even if I'm not there. So that is the kind of person I saw in Aspro. He was a man who was ready to work with anybody. Even during when he lost the elections in 2016 and 2021, he didn't want to antagonize anybody. He would say, let us respect the flag. Let us respect the will of the voters by allowing the person who has been given the flag to continue the leadership. That is the kind of person I saw in Honorable Aleper Simon Peter. He galvanized the support for the party. He united the people, those who stood, including the agents of the different candidates. He managed to unite them. And recently, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aspro galvanized support by all the elites, the educated elites in Karamoja, right from degree, masters up to PhD, in a platform called Karamoja Professionals Association. He was the chairman. And during his time, he managed to get views from all the educated Karamojong elites until we developed a 10-year Karamoja development plan, which is customized to the National Development Plan. So I saw Honorable Aleper as somebody who is passionate about the development of marginalized regions. Then there, Right Honorable Aleper Simon Peter was a lobbyist. We have just had, he lobbied for the tarmac together with the MPs of that time.
Thank you. Sorry. I hope we can get time to pick more colleagues. If we can use 2 minutes each, so that we pick more colleagues. Honorable here, Okwang, we will stay, then I pick Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Ready, General ready.
I just want to draw the attention of the House on a biblical view. Matthew chapter 24, verses 36. That says, no one knows the hour, even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father in heaven. No one knows the day. We are the pilgrims and visitors in this world. We should be prepared for any eventualities at one time interval. When I see the children of my brother, the children of Honorable Moses, Honorable Aleper, I see him. Honorable Simon Peter Aleper. When I see his family, I see him. We should draw lessons from the late personality. Honorable Simon Peter had two characters, a lion and a fox. What do I mean? Being straightforward and being truthful. You would call a spade a spade. Where things are good, he would calm down. He would calm down. Honorable Aleper was an administrator, very good administrator. He was a committed patriot of the party, especially in Karamoja. Whenever he could come to mobilize, everyone would pay attention. No one would contradict him. He had a social character and a peace-loving personality. He was very eloquent and intelligent and sober mind. And that was him. Mr. Speaker, we need to pray for Honorable Simon Peter and his family. We should pray for people of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank people of Busoga, because in some areas, when there is an accident, people rush for looting to remove things from valuable from the vehicles. But most of these things were got intact. That's patriotism. That's being good. I want to thank everybody who has been in the entire process to support, from the Fountain of Honor, from the Secretariat, members of Parliament, the SEC members, the NOC, and so many other Ugandans.
Thank you. Honorable Stella Tiang.
Honorable Speaker, I want to join the rest of my colleagues in paying tribute to our brother who is lying in front of us. Honorable Speaker, right away from the memories shared by colleagues in this House, one can affirm the truth that the late Honorable Aleper Aspro was a unique person who was a leader who had unique capabilities in leadership. Right Honorable Aleper was actually a truly passionate person about Karamoja. He was one of the persons who was fully interested to get involved and participate fully in all activities of the region. Right Honorable Speaker, Aspro talked without fear or favor in anything related to developmental aspect in relation to Karamoja or the country. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aleper was one of the persons who would first get himself informed. He always searched for information. He was a person who would listen to every person who talked about development about Karamoja. He was one of the persons who involved himself in community engagements in the district and in the region. You would find him deep in the villages, just like one of my colleagues alluded. You would find him in participating in administrative meetings like the district service committee meetings and contributing fully. You would find him mediating for the community, like in things to do like investments that came to Karamoja. He was at the front line mediating, advocating for the good of his people. You would find him contributing many of his things in reference to the constitution of the country, in reference to the existing policies and all other laws of the country. And that is what each of us as a leader should emulate. First, to always be informed before we share our views for the good of the community. Right Honorable Speaker, we have talked about some dreams that Aspro had ushered. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to tell whoever discussed with Honorable Aleper Aspro in terms of any development related to Karamoja, not to let that dream die. We are here as Karamojans to carry on with you to make sure that his dreams are kept alive. To the grieved family, in this moment, we want you to put trust in the Lord. I want to read for you a verse, that's the Bible verse, that is from Deuteronomy 31, chapter 31, verse 8. It says, "But the Lord is the one who will be with you. He won't abandon you, so don't be afraid and scared." So at this moment, the Lord is with you. I want to pray that the soul of our brother, Honorable Aleper Simon Peter, rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
General Ereru, then Honorable Loki Peter Abrams.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the motion on the floor. And I want to say that on behalf of UPDF members of Parliament, I want to pass our heartfelt condolences to the family of Simon Peter. He's gone. Now to Simon Peter Aleper Jr., your guardian is no more. Now you are the father of that family. You need to be strong because you will live and you will take care of that family. For me, I'll be having an office in Moroto and Soroti. These people should not die hungry. Come to my office. So long as I live, they will not die what? Stomach. The stomach is number one. So long as I live, they will eat. Are you getting me? Come to my office. Now, I wanted to say, somebody said Karamoja. Karamoja will rise and take over this world. Let me tell you this, honorable members. Karamoja will rise. And don't just say, we know where Karamoja started from. We know where Karamoja is. And I want to assure you that Karamoja will rise and people will wonder what exactly happened. Some people from some road will not make Karamoja develop, but Karamoja will develop. The people of Karamoja will develop themselves. We have everything to develop. I want to assure you. Everything is there. You need to sort out your own problems, including sorcery. Now, thirdly, you see, when Samuel was old, the children of Israel asked him that now you are old, we want somebody young. When Samuel was there, Israel was okay, peace. Then she said, no, now you are old, now we can get us somebody. Samuel cried, but God told him that, don't cry. They have not rejected you, they have rejected me. You do what they want, but tell them this. What happened? What happened? Israel from that day, they received the curse. Up to today, Israel is nowhere. Every time war, hard fighting. Somebody should bring us a curse. Don't bring us curse. We respect our elders and wish them all they have done their part, and we give them everything. Please, keep our elders. You also have elders. Don't abuse our elders. Don't demonize them all the time. You make us annoyed. You make us very annoyed, by the way. Don't demonize. You have your father, you have your grandfather. Nobody demonizes them. Please, leave us up. We don't abuse them. Leave us, leave our elders. To my brother, Simon, I don't know where you are now, But I can only pray that to the Father in heaven to forgive you whatever you could have done wrong in this world. Because in this world we are all sinners. There is no saint. We are all sinners. Please remember one thing, only what he did. If we could remember only one thing that Simon Peter did, and forgive him and give him rest. Rest forever. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Oki Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the motion to pay tribute to the Honorable Simon Peter Aleper. I have known Simon Peter for long. We were in school together, although he was behind me. We have struggled together and fought to ensure he was in this parliament. I have heard all these kind words about the Honorable Simon Peter. How I wish he was hearing all these things that people say about him. But I think this brings comfort to the family to know that this has been a great person to all of us in Uganda. Mr. Speaker, I know that Simon Peter has had this contribution to make. Where does this leave Karamoja? I think it's time for us, the leaders of Karamoja, to come together again. Because the Bible says people without a vision perish. This man's vision has gone with him. What does he leave us with? We need to create our own vision and see how we can move Karamoja forward. 2, Simon Peter's struggle, while it has not been in vain, still leaves us with challenges. I want to thank the members of SEC, again, it's the interest of my brother Semujo, and also to thank His Excellency the President, because he has exercised his powers, if that is where equity is. But I think the point I want to raise is, yes, I agree with him that Karamoja and Simon Peter in his fight dies and leaves Karamoja with poverty at 65%. This is a fact that we should not reject. The question is, what is the NRM going to do, or what is the NRM government doing in these 40 years to help us move and be integrated into the Ugandan economy? Because we have had all these interventions. The people dying of malnutrition there are the leaders of tomorrow. Are we saying that there should be no leaders in this country coming from Karamoja? There is still shortage of water. Simon goes in pain because he has left a Karamoja that has questions that are not yet answered. We are saying the tarmac road has been brought. Yes, we really fought for it. But it has reached Moroto, not Karamoja. When the tarmac reaches Kidepo is when the tarmac has reached Karamoja. That is how some of us understand it. Now, in all this, you could have been right. I'm interpreting statistics, not Semuju. Now, my understanding is that we've lost a voice in SEC. And in his absence, it means the Karamoja picture is not going to be in SEC. Because each SEC member has a region that they represent. So what happens to Karamoja? Because marginalization has been there even when Simon Peter was still alive. How much more marginalization will be there now that he's not there? So I want to appeal to the NRM party. I want to appeal to the members of SEC to again start with us to support Karamoja, to see that the efforts and fight of the Honorable Simon Peter is not in vain. It's time to mobilize. In fact, I was asking myself last night, we have been navigating and maneuvering through all the bullets in the Karamoja region. And we're here, none of us died. But Simon Peter just dies of an accident. Just that. After coming through all these years of ambushes, these years of missing bullets, these years of running at night to try and dodge bullets, then on a peaceful day you are driving for a SEC meeting, you die.
Honorable, conclude. Just conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So how do we move forward? I think we now need to put ourselves together. We now need to borrow and mount the same commitment and pressure as leaders of Karamoja so that things can be seen. May the soul of the Honorable Simon Peter rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Waslivia, Honorable Nakut Face.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join the rest of colleagues for paying tribute to my brother, Honorable Aspro. Right Honorable Speaker, I managed to reach the scene where Aspro got accident. It is in a flat surface around Bukona. The trailer which knocked Aspro followed him and knocked him on pedestrian line. After even he had dodged, and it followed him after there. To my observation, it looked like the driver was asleep. So when he reached those humps, he woke up, and now the lorry, he could not control anymore, but he had to go for our brother. That is how he died, really. Very painful. Right Honorable Speaker, I knew Aspro when we were still young. We grew with Aspro together, hustling together, life. We stayed in the home of the Minister Lokerisa, as he told you. He was the one helping us to pay school fees. At some times when we could have a challenge of paying fees. Aspro was very humble. And we used to move together to go and hustle at home, looking for fees. He taught me how to do business. We used to go and buy maize in Namalu, take it to Tapach, in exchange of animals. Then we sell animals and get pocket money. That is the man lying here. He taught me business. And we joined politics together. So when we joined politics, this is his second term as a member of SEC, to show you colleagues that Aspro was being loved by Karamoja because of his character. He was a very straightforward person. We went and joined politics together, and for him, he went to SEC. I stood for a vice chair for Women's League Karamoja region. And we used to work together, helping each other financially. Honorable members, we have lost a friend. We have lost a brother indeed. And I don't know how I can really think about Aspro. To the family, my sister Nadia, please be strong. Take care of the children as he used to be. Love them. Put all of them together. All those children are for Aspro. You just look at the face. You see Aspro there. Love them. God will help you, protect you, and take care of those children. And I'm appealing government kindly, really, as other colleagues have said, please, let's help this young family. They're still growing so that they can reach somewhere. We have a lawyer there in that family. And it was the dream of Aspro to have a lawyer in his family and himself to become a lawyer. So I pray that we help this family to grow. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nakut Face.
Right Honorable Speaker, it has been a dark week for the people of Napak whom I represent. This is their son, Aspro, hailed from Napak. On Tuesday, we will bury him in Kangole Town Council in Napak. And I implore us, colleagues, the same love you have showed us now, that you will join us to send him off and also give words of comfort to the people who are mourning. They have been in his home in hundreds since they heard the news. The unfortunate thing, Right Honorable, is that this kind of death, even though we have had the many days, it cannot be properly accounted for. The killer track cannot be traced, the story cannot be put together, and it's difficult to tell the people I represent what happened. That's where the problem, we cannot reconstruct the scene. That's the most unfortunate thing. But we are comforted that you, the members of parliament, decided to come here to mourn with us. We want to thank you sincerely. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish also to thank you and the entire leadership of Parliament for according us this special treatment. And I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda for allowing a special treatment for our son. We do not take it for granted. Many Ugandans die. Very few get to the attention we have received right now. So we appreciate, and the people of Napak are happy with that love you have for us. ASPRO has been a great pillar, as members have said. I will not repeat. I will say just a few things about him. It is true, he has passed on when he is a founder chairman for the Association of Karamoja Elites. We call it KAPA, Karamoja KAPA, an association he formed 2 years ago. The intention of that association was to put our elites together so that we can augment our contributions for the transformation of the region, for the development of the region, so that we don't work in silos, so that the members of parliament can work with others in different sectors to contribute meaningfully. He understood that to develop Karamoja, it needs all of us, the sons and daughters of the land. Now, that association is in baby stages, and he has gone without, the founder chairman has gone when it is still in baby stages. So we miss him dearly. That association is the one that accompanied us. The last time he appeared here, he was at the gallery a few weeks ago when the issue of KDA was being presented. The association was supporting the Karamoja group with research, with information required to put our case to you, Right Honorable Speaker. He was a man, as members have said, who loved the unity of Karamoja. Not only love by word, but also by doing. He would take his time and invest in money, in meetings to unite us, to keep us together. And for us in Napak, colleagues, you are aware that even when you are colleagues from the same district, you can disagree somehow. He organized a number of meetings. Napak district, the last meeting he organized, we all became busy and it didn't happen. So he loved the unity of leadership, of leaders, because he told us that is how we can serve our people better. Now that's the man who was gone. He had a broader lens than mine. He was looking at not only Napak or Moroto where he served, he was looking at everywhere else. Colleagues, you are aware, we had Karamoja district when Uganda came into being. Then we had Moroto plus Kotido is equals to Karamoja. After that, our unity ended there. We now became 12 tribes in one. Then we got too many districts, and then the districtization, we began looking at our boundaries. And we began looking at ourselves not as one people. So the Honorable ASPRO has spent a lot of energy trying to unite the region, making us go back to a time when we were the Karamoja district. Now we have missed him. That's the pillar we have missed. I will tell you what happened a few weeks ago. Uganda Police Force was recruiting. And I was in Napak for a ceremony. He was there too. The people of Napak complained that their names had been missed in the recruitment process for the police force. So they gave me a duty to come and complain and also submit a petition to the leadership of Uganda Police Force so that they can be given a second chance. So I came to police together with my district chairman to lodge a complaint for the people of Napak because I knew I had their mandate. I had no capacity to do it for all the other districts. Now, my district chairman had already informed Honorable ASPRO that we were going to police to over that matter. He came and found us when we were discussing. I was negotiating a deal for Napak district. And when ASPRO entered, the picture changed. Because now my mind was narrowing to Napak. The picture changed to the entire region. And then Uganda Police Force accorded Karamoja a second chance after that meeting. That was him. Now we have missed a person of that kind who will look at the bigger picture, who will look at the region, who will look at the country. I don't know what kind of replacement that can happen to such a person. It cannot happen. He maintained a high level of objectivity in everything that he did and in every meeting that we had. He would look out for the facts and not look out for the rumors and not look out for the blackmail. Actually, he was above blackmail. No amount of blackmail would lower him down, or he would not even believe if you told him a rumor. For him, he looked out for what is the fact, and he would stick to that even if he is alone. Members here have talked about his strength of speaking his mind, the way how hard it is, no matter how hard it is. I want to say, Right Honorable, that is not a strength. It is a weakness. Even though he was a graduate of political science, he did not realize that in this business of politics, there is a level of deception that must sink in the life of someone. Perhaps that's, yes, perhaps in doing that, people like that who speak automatically accumulate a number of enemies who will just speak. And people who are careful, that's why politics, there is too much deception. Because in politics, you want to keep safe. Now, the political science he learned did not help him, perhaps. We mourn him. We mourn him. The people of Napak are in pain. Honorable colleagues, I urge you to come and join us and also to continue to pray for us to keep strong as we manage, especially as we put the dots, as we draw the picture of the accident. May God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Thank you. Komoro Joseph, Aleper Moses.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to request that record is corrected. You have mentioned right, but the answer is going to mention a different thing. There is a speech of mine trending in the social media of Karamoja, and realize that I am the one speaking, but in the answer it is written Komole Malen. We are two Komolis in this parliament.
Komor Joseph Midi.
Now, again, previously Lukwang Hilary has been speaking here. The answer that's spoken as written Lukwang Phillips. So those names are alike and would need to be. Yeah, thank you very much. I want to join the rest of the speakers in paying tribute to the late Simon Peter Aleper. I knew him when I was chairman of LC5, and for him he was a member of parliament. I have one member of parliament here who says he's a friend to Honorable Simon, the late. And I knew him before I came to this parliament. This is none other than Honorable Ocho. Now, in 2011, Kabong district had a big problem of inadequate staffing in the sectors of health and education. The teachers that had been recruited were from the districts of Kitgum, were from Kapchora, were from Teso, and were from outside Karamoja. The same to the health workers. So what happened was that every time the advert took place in their districts, they went and applied, and we found all these positions, we had no teachers and we had no health workers. So in one regional meeting, I met my brother Simon and told him, I am facing a big problem. We have no teachers, we have no health workers. Then he called me aside and said, I have a friend in parliament. He's called Honorable Ochoa. Honorable Ochoa has a school, as a medical school, and he can help you out. Then I told him, we have some funders, but because our school children did not pass sciences and English, that is mathematics and English, they can't be allowed to join medical courses. So those who also happen to pass sciences are not able to come out. So he advised me, please do the following. Go and mobilize all the students that have passed sciences. He's going to talk to Honorable Ocho, and Honorable Ocho will drive to Kabong district. I went and did that. 2 weeks later, somebody calls, I am Honorable Ocho, I'm in the district, I want to meet you in your office. And that's when I saw Honorable Ocho for the first time. And I saw him, he's a brand new member of parliament here. I saw him being sworn in the other day. So when I got him, he first gave me 5 scholarships. Then I lobbied from UNICEF and KUAM, others. And I gave him a list of around 40 children of Kabong that went to study in his school. And now Kabong has no problem with staffing in the sector of health. This is how I can remember. My colleague here had talked about deployments in Karamoja. Insecurity had been a big problem, but in many regional meetings, he spoke loudly about the deployments in Karamoja and government deployed. Indeed, it was out of him and in the regional meetings. So I want to say that he has really been good for us. Kampala is feeling a very big gap. Karamoja has felt a very big gap that we have lost a prominent political leader, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Honorable Kwanga Philip. After Honorable Aleper, I'm having Honorable Kwanga Philip. I'm having Honorable Rokor Albert and Honorable Betty Chelain and Honorable Korimo Jen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Albert, please wait a bit. I said after Moses, it is Rokwanga Philip, it is Albert, and then Betty. That's after Aleper Moses.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to join the rest of the members who are in this house in paying tribute to the late Aleper Simon Peter. I also want to add that I want to thank the government of the Republic of Uganda for recognizing him, the Parliament of Uganda, and also the members of this Parliament for debating and supporting the motion to pay tribute to him. Indeed, he deserved this, though it may have been accorded to him because he's a SEC member. Truly, Aspro had the qualities of a statesman. He portrayed justice. He really ensured whenever there are matters of justice, they must be done to whoever it is supposed to be. He exercised a lot of fairness. He had virtue. Because from the talk of the people and my own experience, he really exercised high moral standards. And he had the wisdom. That's why he was able to caucus very much. He really ensured he participated in development and peace initiatives in Karamoja. And the latest was when we had a lot of incursion from the Kenyans, where we organized meetings and he really guided us. Because the two parties were really warring and it was difficult for us to come to a consensus. But he became a neutral party and made sure he guided us. There are two things I want to say. Aspro actually is a self-made person. He didn't eat from a silver spoon. He struggled himself right from his young age. I really saw him hustling, what they call hustling in Karamoja, trying to pick this to make the other until he reached the level he was. And on his boldness, I want to say this, and I want to follow from what Honorable Nakut was saying. My years in this parliament, leaders at parliament level and various levels have defined respect to mean not to be told the truth. That's the definition that I've learned from the leadership, that we really interact, that we observe, that respect is to be told lies every time, is to be pampered, is to be clapped hard. This is not what Aspro actually portrayed. He would tell you, someone has just testified here. he could even tell the powers that be what was in his mind. And I think that's what I want to challenge to begin with this parliament. Let's be truthful. As leaders, whether leaders of the House, leaders of the people at constituency level, chairperson, LC5s, ministers, etc., let your leadership qualities be to accept the truth to be told to you. That's what accountability is. And I think that's the best we should pick from our late brother. But I truly believe that his spirit will forever live in our cherished memories and the love that we shared with him. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Okwanga Phillips.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to join the rest of Uganda and Karamoja in particular to condole the loss of my brother. We have talked many things here. To me, I see all the words that we have got must be able to redirect our actions. It started by saying Karamoja has arrived. Having had the story of saying we shall not wait for Karamoja to what? To develop. As Karamoja, we are bleeding. But in Karamoja, in such a case, we traditionally or culturally say, Ekara na Aleper ile reuni. Meaning that whoever is responsible for the death will come out. We shall hold the person responsible. I want to request all of us that what he has done, from all the speeches we have got, let's pick it and continue with the mantle he has left in order to put Uganda and Karamoja to a position my colleague said here. Karamoja is able not to remain behind, as people say, but to be ahead. It's so painful for one to come and laugh, to come and talk nonsense, sorry to say so, in such a sorrowful moment. In Karamoja, we again say those ones who laugh at people in the funeral, oh, money is termed as wizards. So, or a witch in a way. Who are you? Just as we know that death is certain for all of us, we cannot come and play around, bring all your dirty linen in our sorrowful state. With this, I request the Almighty to rest the soul of my brother in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Aleper.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join colleagues in paying tribute to our fallen hero, Honorable Aleper Aspro, the Rock. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aspro, in the first place, is my brother because we share a fence together in Moroto. We are neighbors and we have been really working together as brothers. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aspro is not only a leader or a politician. He has been anointed by God to lead his people to the promised land. I saw his capability when we were in Kasimeri Primary School. We went to Moroto High School, and from Moroto High School is where we now went to different schools for upgrading. But he had already signs of a leader. During his lifetime, Honorable Simon has managed to unite Karamoja, and most especially the allies of Karamoja, to focus their attention on transformation of Karamoja. And not only that, he was able to unite Uganda, because to become a member of SEC, you are elected by all regions in this country. And he managed to enter the hearts and the minds of Ugandans to be elected as a SEC member. You have heard from the testimonies of the SEC members that he has been a very capable and hardworking member of the SEC. Right Honorable Speaker, the challenge now, he has left us so early. The time when we needed him more is when he has departed and left many things undone. Before his death, I was with him in Moroto, putting heads together to find a way of making sure that one of the companies we intend to open a factory, a clinker plant in my constituency, was to enter into an agreement with the community for the clinker to start. And the documents we were discussing while in Moroto are still in police at Iganga. Those documents we were bringing here to Kampala to share with the investor in order to accomplish the whole mission. But now he's here lying before us, and I wonder who is going to be of that heart that he gave to speak for the voiceless. For the voiceless people of Karamoja, the voiceless people of Uganda. Really, it's a big loss to Karamoja, a big loss to Uganda as a nation. I don't know whether we shall get a replacement of a person like Honorable Simon Peter Aleper. To the family, remain strong. Why? They say death is inevitable. Death is not for one family. Death is for everybody. It is only a question of time that all of us here are candidates of death. It is the question of time. So with those few remarks, Right Honorable Speaker, may the soul of our fallen hero rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Honorable Betty Shelaine and Honorable Akwelmo Janet. Then our Honorable Margaret Aleper.
Thank you, Right Honorable
And
Speaker.
Honorable Tubo, I know.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, Karamoja is in darkness as we speak. We have lost a hero, a mentor, a leader, and a hope for Karamoja. Personally, I speak on what he has so far done to me. Right Honorable Speaker, I came to Parliament when I was a nurse. A nurse rising up to be a member of Parliament, going through primaries of NRM, and then a human being comes in between me to destroy my destiny. During the destruction of my destiny, I called Aleper, Aspro. I told him, my brother, I'm dying in Kampala. I don't know anywhere in Kampala. He told me, where are you? I told him what I can see is a gate written, Makerere University. Kumba, I was in Wandegear. I told him they have taken my rights and I'm ready to destroy anyone. If I come close to that person who has taken my certificate and handed over to another person, I can easily do anything. Then he told me, cool down. Go and sleep. It is now late. Go and sleep. It was around 6 p.m. Go and sleep with me tomorrow. My brothers and sisters, these are the leaders of Uganda, the young leaders coming up. But people are using their offices to destroy the young Ugandans. As for my brother, sorry, rest in peace. I last talked to him on 25th of June. when we were starting to see what will happen next. Because I was telling him, my dear, if those people are still in that office, I'm going under independent. Because I don't want to go overdose what I went through. Right Honorable Speaker, this man here is a man in definition. He's a real man. He's a hero. He escaped all the bullets in Karamoja. He just died on Tuesday morning as a woman. Minus no one to defend him. We were not near him, but he went. God, see Karamoja. Right Honorable Speaker, leaders here rise up and talk about Karamoja. We have leaders in Karamoja. They used to say, wait for Karamoja to develop, because that was the time when Karamoja had one district. We are now 9 districts. It has grown. Let Karamojong's leadership speak of their own problems. Don't own Karamoja, and yet you don't know what Karamoja is. Give us opportunity. The government listen to us. What we speak is the right thing, but no one gives us the ears. Now, the savior has gone. Someone whom could call to talk in the middle of the aggregate. You know, aggregate is where elders meet. Who will speak in that aggregate now? But we know another Ugandan, another Karamojong man will come up, or a lady. Right Honorable Speaker, we have roads in Karamoja. There is a road called Muyembe Nakapirpirit, Panang. That road, when will it come out as a road full? The way Moroto Lokitonyala Road. Right Honorable Speaker, we have contractors who are performing work in this country. But anybody who does good things, they don't appreciate.
Very honorable. Yes, Honorable Kormoy, Honorable Margaret Aleper, Honorable Nakwanga Christian.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to pay tribute to my late brother, the late Honorable Simon Peter Rock Aleper. Right Honorable Speaker, the death of Honorable Aleper shocked all of us. And although they say all death is untimely, but this particular death has been most untimely. We have lost him at a time we needed him most. You have all heard the testimonies from colleagues who have spoken about the good deeds he did as a member of SEC for Karamoja, and also as a member of the 9th Parliament. Honorable Aleper, the late, was a very resourceful person, and he was a leader who was very vibrant and very assertive. Whenever he took on an issue, he would never give up on that. And he was very principled and results-oriented. That is why the little you hear has been done for Karamoja, it was his work. The late also championed the promises by government to tarmac some of the roads in Karamoja. Like this road from Lira via Leptong or Tuke Abim to Kotido, although it is not yet done, but it was in his agenda. He also championed the issue of the road from Soroti, Amuria, Kapelebiong, Otuke, Abim, Kotido. Although it is not accomplished, but he talked for it. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2010 to 2015, I was the SEC member for Karamoja. So in 2015, when I sought to get a second term, that was when my brother came up and 2 others. But at the intervention of our party chairperson, and for purposes of harmony, for us, we are a marginalized region, sometimes we don't want to struggle. We all had to step down and elected him unopposed. This is the person. Because we knew he was capable, and he did not shame us.
And he could even consult when he was a SEC member. Whenever there were issues, he would post on the WhatsApp groups. Some of us are shy contributing to WhatsApp. But considering that I was his elder sister, he could come to my inbox and ask. He didn't even call me honorable, not even my name, but he said, Mama, what is your view on this? And would share with him. This is the gentleman we have lost today. Like other colleagues have said, to the family, these things happen. We just want you to be together, be united as a family, and see how to champion the legacy that he has left behind. We have seen some families, sometimes when such an occurrence happens, they go into disarray. But we pray that you be together, the rest of us will be there. We are aware most of the children are in school, and like other members have said, government, the party, we need to do something for the children of the late Honorable Rock Aleper. With those few remarks, colleagues, we want to thank you for the love. Right Honorable Speaker, we want to thank you. I want to thank the President for honoring our brother. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Margaret Aleper, and then Honorable Christine.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion of paying tribute to the late Aleper Simon Peter. Right Honorable Speaker, there are special people in our lives that never live, even after they are gone. Aleper is one of such special people in the lives of the many Ugandans and Karamajons we are talking about today. Honorable Speaker, even before Aleper came to the 9th Parliament, I knew him as a very brilliant, vibrant, and hard-working young man. They used to be in an activist team called Karamaja Task Force. They were with Honorable Loke, Dr. Lim Lim, and many others. And that's the time I knew Honorable Aleper Simon Peter. Many of our colleagues have talked so many good attributes about the late Honorable Aleper Simon Peter. Now, when he came to Parliament, I made a light joke with him. I said, we share a name, but how did you come to be called Aspro? To my own understanding, I thought probably Aspro meant some medicine that was in Uganda one time that was replaced by Panadol. Then he said, yes, if that is your interpretation, I'm a problem solver. And indeed, I came to understand that as a problem solver, he would always provide solutions to some of the challenges, and more particularly to the challenges that Karamoja faces, and many of my colleagues have talked. Honorable Speaker, the person we are paying tribute today is a very friendly and sociable person. He never selected interaction with anybody. While in Parliament, you meet him at the corridors, he will always say hi. And that's, I think, why he has so many friends. Honorable Speaker, late Honorable Aleper was organized. One of the members today said he was smart. In fact, he was extraordinarily smart. He was organized both in the brain and his dressing. He was eloquent, an orator. You could not argue with him. He would just overcome you in his arguments. But what I know is he was very principled. Once it's decided on an issue or a matter, however much you try to convince him to change his opinion, he would not. But he would add just by saying, probably I give you this option. And that was late Honorable Aleper Simon. Honorable Simon was also patriotic. He was very committed to his work. He loved the Karamojong people. He loved his family. He loved the party and this country. And this he demonstrated by the level of commitment and the performance that he has had, both in Parliament and outside Parliament. And we have seen how he has been performing in the SEC, as evidenced by his colleagues in SEC. Over Speaker, Aleper,
Sorry, thank you. Honorable Nakwanga Christine. Followed by Honorable Ngoya John Bosco, and then Honorable Ben Koryang.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's true that death is unpredictable. That is why it doesn't have a roadmap. I want to join my colleagues in paying tribute to my late brother Aleper. Aleper was not just a disciplined and a very nice person, but he was a very patient person. And recently, if you will all recall, when we were talking about KDA, I remember co-sharing a meeting with him of the Karamoja MPs and the district chairman. We sat until 2 in the night discussing, and I saw patience in him. He was a man of gratitude, Mr. Speaker. He always learned to say thank you, even over small things. And I respect him. I know colleagues have said all sorts of good things about the late Aleper. But Mr. Speaker, in this house, we always disagree over small issues. And we start pointing fingers at each other. Aleper was not that kind of person. I am happy that today we are pouring out a lot of compliments. How I wish, Mr. Speaker, this would be the spirit when we are still alive. Because as of now, he cannot listen to us. And yet, if I had said, Mr. Speaker, you have done so wonderfully, you would multiply that by 2, by 3, by more, and that would be better. How I wish, when we're in this house now, whenever a colleague makes a mistake, instead of shouting so that the whole country and the whole world knows it is the other one who has made a mistake, we politely call a colleague aside and say, please, this is good, keep up. This is bad, don't do that. This is my appeal to all of you, so that as we say no, our brother, we have a message for ourselves when we remain in this house. However, I also want to join colleagues in thanking the President for giving this kind of funeral to our brother Aleper. And I want to give my word of condolence, the biggest condolence to the Yellow family, the NRM family that is going to miss him, and to the whole house. And Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Bokora County, Ben Korea.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to pay tribute to ASPRO. I first met ASPRO in 1997. I was then in Institute of Teacher Education, Chambogo. And we were trying to mobilize students of Karamoja for Karamoja Students Association. We had a meeting in Makerere. That's when I saw a mentor, a man who would stand and others listen. That was in 1997. Then we proceeded on into civil society, that time when they were disarming Karamoja. He was working with UNDP. And we worked so closely. He was a man who would allow multi-stakeholder processes to form an opinion. He wouldn't say it alone. He would actually allow others to be able to say ideas so that something good can actually be able to come up. The last time we were trying to organize to see that KDA is not repealed, I had a conversation with Honorable Ben Batom. And we wanted to mobilize students to come and follow the proceedings of the House. The first person we actually thought as an intergenerational leader was Honorable Aspro. We called him and said, the KDA repeal act is back on the order paper. How can we get students to come so that they can be able to listen and say it's not the Karamoja parliamentary group that has repealed, because that was then the topic in Karamoja, and it was going to cost us votes anyway. So we had to go and call him. He had to mobilize students from all the universities. And we stormed the speaker's office. We had a conversation. The last thing he actually came was he was in the chambers. And I know as he lies in state, he is asking that question of Parliament, of us listening. the special purpose vehicle for Karamoja. That is Karamoja Development Agency. The last, yesterday when we were actually at the family, but also in church, the wife again mentioned, every time you would actually sit in the family, ASPRO would actually talk about Karamoja Development Agency. How I wish this parliament, in paying tribute, makes good that idea, that dream he had for a special purpose vehicle for Karamoja. May the soul of Honorable Aleper Simon Peter rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Ben Korea.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. When you speak, when so many people have spoken, you run the risk of not having what to say. But Honorable Simon Peter Aleper is somebody you cannot fail to find what to say about, because he had done too many things that people cannot forget. Right Honorable Speaker, when we had just concluded the elections and got elected to the 11th Parliament, as the Vice Chairperson, NRM, and a SEC member for Karamoja, Honorable Aleper mobilized us to the region to have a meeting in Moroto. And I want to remember two statements that he said to us. He said, one, don't expect the government to give us everything on a silver plate. We must look for it. We need to put mechanisms to try to get that from government. And if we put those mechanisms and today they don't give us, don't give up. Continue to fight until that is given. And we have continued with that spirit. Right Honorable Speaker, as human beings, we work with systems. In these systems, we have created positions of responsibility that we occupy. However, when we pass in tragic circumstances like these ones, these positions will quickly be replaced. And as time moves on, we get quickly forgotten. But Honorable Simon Peter Aleper is someone that we cannot forget about, because his leadership in that position brought a different dimension to that position, those positions that he held. If it was any ordinary other person, then we would quickly forget. As a way of paying tribute to Honorable Simon Peter Aleper, my colleague has brought the issue of KDA. A number of times, MDAs have brought supplementary budgets to Parliament. They have also planned for Karamoja. And they have understood one thing, that if you want money to be given to you as a ministry, you say it's for Karamoja. And Parliament will not debate, they will just pass. The last time, in last financial year, this Parliament passed a supplementary budget for tractorization in Karamoja. When it came to the floor by the Ministry of Agriculture, the MP said, let's pass, it's for Karamoja. But those tractors never reached Karamoja. Now, KDA is coming in as a brainchild of ASPRO that we revamp. The reason is we want all the monies that is meant for Karamoja to actually be channeled to the development of Karamoja through Karamoja Development Agency. My colleague has mentioned that if it would please government, that would be one gift that would give this Karamoja in the names of ASPRO, for us to remember him.
Thank you. Honorable Mawuma, Honorable Baka Mugabe, Honorable Ephraim Biraro. Then Honorable Sam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Chigulu South Constituency, where my brother met his fate I wish to convey heartfelt condolences to the nation, the NRM party, and the family. Mr. Speaker, like Honorable Kwang did thank the people of Busoga, I should reiterate by thanking the people of Bukona, specifically Kakongoka village, where my brother perished. Because the accident happened at around 1:30 a.m., but people woke up and protected. After trying to save our brother, they found him dead already. But they made sure they took security of his belongings, including sensitive security gadgets that were in this vehicle, until police reached the scene. Mr. Speaker, that said, I served with my brother in the 9th Parliament on the same committee of appointments. I remember there was a testing moment where the head of state had a special presidential nominee who had issues of integrity. I, Honorable Soke, Honorable Chua David, late General Eri Tumwine, said a big no to this candidate who was before the committee for approval on grounds of integrity. The president had to summon members of the appointments committee to State House to go and explain why we are declining this approval. We had to deploy our brother, who was so aggressive in presentation, to tell the president why we had objected to this approval. When the president explained, so the member told us afterwards, you people, we have tried to push for the sake of harmony, for the sake of our party chairperson, let's concede. We came back respecting his guidance and his advice. We did approve that nominee because the man was good at influencing. We finally had to comply with that recommendation. Mr. Speaker, in the 9th Parliament, I was a chairperson of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs. That's the time we vehemently pushed for this disarmament exercise in a bid to pacify Karamoja sub-region. Most of the members from the sub-region were negative about disarmament. It is Honorable lying before us who took lead in convincing, including taking us to Karamoja to convince people to accept the peaceful handover of arms and ammunition in the bid to have peace in our country. This is the person we are seeing off. Mr. Speaker, when things didn't go well in 2016, he became a SEC member. I was deployed at the NRM Secretariat, but he had special traits not all SEC members have of visiting each and every office at the Secretariat. Whenever they were to go for SEC meetings, he would move office to office. You people, what are the issues? What information do you have here? We are going to meet. What are the issues we should be sharing in the SEC meeting? This is the type of leader we are seeing off. On behalf of the NRM Secretariat, more so those I worked with, we have to thank him for being a special boss, a master who knew how to relate with juniors at that office. We say farewell to our brother, rest in peace. Thank you for the job rendered to this nation.
Thank you, Honorable Baka Mugabe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to pay tribute to a man I called a colleague, a friend, a comrade. I first knew the Honorable Aleper Simon in 1996 at University, Makerere. I had entered a year earlier in 1995, and in 1997, I contested for guild presidency, and he was my supporter. And what surprised me about him is that we had a candidate from Karamoja, the Honorable Ochero Norman. But you can imagine at that level, at that time, he was not a tribalist, he was in my camp. And I think this speaks to the Karamojongs. They are not tribalists, because there was another colleague here, he was doing veterinary medicine, Honorable Loki. He was supporting Sarah Kajingo. He was not supporting Briki Norman Ochero. So that's how I knew him. And he was a minister in the guild, just like me. So that's how I knew Simon. And later we met here in the 9th Parliament. He was a nice person. I related with him so well, and I wish to concur with those who have said he was smart, not only smart but elegant. And of course, as you know, he was tall and handsome. And he used to dress so well that anyone would admire him. I also admired him so much because we grew up with stereotypes of knowing that, of thinking that Karamojongs were not well dressed. Those were stereotypes. But this was a gentleman, very fine, handsome, tall, well dressed, smart and elegant. That was Simon Aleper. He was well spoken, fluent and eloquent. No wonder, as we have heard, a member from SEC, when they were driving, they were in a chat until they passed the way to Changwan's up to Hoima. They were chatting with a member. So he was well spoken, especially on one-on-one would be so good. That's the member we have lost. Two quick ones, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Aleper was a vice chairperson for Karamoja, just as we have heard the Honorable Okorimoi was the first vice chairperson. Karamoja has always supported NRM. If these people were bad leaders at the time when we created that position of regional vice chairperson for Karamoja, they would have antagonized our support there. But they offered good leadership. After Honorable Janet, he came in and we have maintained our support in Karamoja. I wish to thank him for that good leadership at party level. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the decorum that I've witnessed today in the House, where a member is given an opportunity and they speak out their mind without being interrupted with points of order, points of information, procedure. I wish the House could be like this on a daily, even when we are handling controversial matters. This is how the decorum should be in this House. The very, very last one, Mr. Speaker, we were castigated by Honorable Semuju for thanking the President for offering an official burial to our colleague. Honorable Semuju should understand, and I thought it was obvious, that this is the biggest honor that a person can get. An honor in a death of this nature is the best we can offer to a colleague who has fallen. So the Honorable Semuju should let us mourn.
Thank you. Honorable Ephraim Biraro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for offering me an opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, to invite all my colleagues to join me mourn my brother. Honorable Simon Aleper were sworn in the same day for the 9th Parliament in May 2011. And we interacted on that very day, and we became friends ever since. Honorable Simon Aleper in 2013, when I was made chairman of Physical Infrastructure, he was also on the same day made my vice chairman. And worked together solidly up to 2016. And Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, we are heading, I think, by that time in my view, the most solid and heavy committee. Because we had the rights of the current Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the current General Katumba Wamara, the very same who was talking here, Honorable Amriat Oboy. All these were our members, and we are chairing them. Honorable Idi Isabirye, Honorable Megade. So we had all the big guns, Honorable Cecilio Gwar and the rest. So we kept together, and we survived the most controversial part of Parliament to have a minority report for all the years we served. Because of his skills of mobilization, we worked together and we did a lot of things. On the committee, Honorable Simon brought the Karamoja agenda and emphasized it, and it was emancipated on the committee. Even at the same time, the Buheju agenda was also brought up. And these are the most remote areas, because you know, Right Honorable Speaker, even in the whole of Ankole, Buheju is still referred to as the Karamoja of Ankole. So we had that one driven ahead. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we man. A minute, Mr.
Honorable Samo.
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable, let me give others like one a chance.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice to pay tribute to my uncle, Mamai, because with me he used to call me Achenyo. I first met him when he was a young man coming from university. This man, when he came back from university, came back to work in Karamoja, which is very rare for people they would want to stay in Kampala. I was working in KDA. When people are talking of KDA, I'm a beneficiary. You know that I was teaching in your constituency, Karamoja Development Agency School, and it was really an area of development. There could have been some few issues of accountability, but does not need us to kill the baby of that KDA. I want to say, Aspro, when he came, you know, especially the constituency of Baptist, many people had not gone to school, but he became an icon to encourage the children to go to school and become like him, because he loved himself. This man loved himself that he was very smart. If you saw him on the streets of Moroto, you would see Aspro, but he liked people talking to elders, and I know he would come to those museums, the owners of the shops, Luktai and wherever, talk to them, and he would get wisdom. This man, when we came to Parliament here, in the 11th Parliament, he said, you know, Honorable Asamo, I'm in the 9th Parliament. He said, I came from poverty. I must buy a V8. I asked him, Uncle, they have only given us 150. Are you going to buy the V8? He said, yes, I'll make a top-up. I must drive a V8. And he bought it. So the first time he drove his V8, he came back. He said, Otokoi, 2 million going, 2 million coming back. Then I said, since you love yourself, you enjoy the money. Then he said, now I don't know what will remain for the family. Then I told him, you watch yourself, learn how to save. And then he sold that car before even it was 6 months. I know he has died again in a V8, but that one he sold it. And those ones who are with me will witness. Aspro has been a man of his word. Aspro will tell you, there's a day there was a debate here, nobody has talked about it. When Aspro, I think we had the whole Karamoja team of the 9th Parliament, he said there must be an audit of all the money that flows to Karamoja. And for his sake, we need to audit. This money is too much, but we don't see much. Where does the money go? People go there. I remember when I used to work in Karamoja, people used to say, people go to Karamoja, in grass thatched houses, they come back with the white mabati, meaning we siphon from Karamoja. Because I worked in the whole Karamoja, right from Amudat up to the other side, mobilizing for the NRM party in 1996. So you must know that there is a lot that we need to do for Karamoja. Karamoja is not backward. But people who take advantage of Karamojons or Karamoja should really begin thinking about developing that area than enriching themselves.
Thank you. Honorable Ariko, Honorable Akor, and Honorable Naruyima.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I join the honorable colleagues to mourn Mamai Simon Peter Aleper, Aspro, the one we used to call at university termite. Mr. Speaker, I happen to have been at Makerere at the same time as the late Honorable Aleper. While we were there, Mr. Speaker, we used to have dreams. One of our dreams was that at a certain point, and we used to think that it would be sooner, that our cohort was going to be in charge of this country. And in that group, we were congealing our ambitions around the person of Peter Ojur. Mr. Speaker, whenever we would be in our discussions and whenever we would be plotting on what to do politically at the university, one of the most industrious persons in mobilizing our students, our team members onto a cause was the late Honorable Aleper. And that is how in our group he got the name Termite. Because whenever we would speak, he would tell us, you know, Mr. President, he would tell Ojur, the only way we can be able to take charge of the reins of power in this country is that we must work as termites. Because for the termites, when they agree that today we must build the anthill, they do it on that same day. Mr. Speaker, the late was
an astute negotiator. Mr. Speaker, after the election of our colleague Sarah Kajingo as guild president, we needed to form a government. I supported Bricky Jim Norman Ochero. JB had won the election. Honorable Baka Mugabe had been beaten thoroughly. Yes, we were the second. But now we needed to form a government that was strong because the government in Makerere always collapsed. And there was a need to bring in Ochero and the rest of us to support the government of Sarah Kajingo. But one of the key elements is that we wanted to enter the government with Jimmy Opigo as the guild speaker. But then we had the Honorable Betty Amongi, who was also standing for guild speaker. And then we had Kagwa Stephen Chalwazi, who also wanted to be guild speaker. So we needed one person to drop down so that we could easily get in there. Mr. Speaker, one of the key people that convinced, one, Chalwazi Stephen Kagwa to step down for deputy speaker and the Honorable Betty Amongi to give way was the late Simon Peter Aleper. And later, even after that negotiation went through, we got into some turmoil. And now we needed to bring the government down. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that in our meetings in room 186 that Ojur occupied that time, one of the key people who would give us strategy on how and what to do next was the late here. He was a very astute politician. And indeed, one of the strategies we said, now that Sarah seems not to be working the way we expected, let us start by making the regime collapse through resignations. And the first person to resign was Honorable Jim Ochero. And later we had the Vice President, Enoch Chibamu, resign, also who had taken over from Foreign Affairs. But what am I trying to say? That as the NRM, in the Honorable Simon Peter Aleper, we had a negotiator. We had a mobilizer. We had a person who would rally people around ideas and issues. Indeed, I am sure that in our cohort, we have lost a person who was going to be a pinnacle of the next phase of the Ugandan politics. Mr. Speaker, we pray that God the Almighty, who has chosen that this is the time when his servant termite goes back to do the work that termites do in heaven, will be granted eternal peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Anton Akor, Honorable Bet Narima.
Right, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the community of Kilak North, on behalf of the Acholi community, I want to pay tribute to our brother and to the people of Karamoja and the family members and Uganda at large. That Honorable Speaker, when we were speaking with Honorable Remejo Achia, this morning we were really worried that within that Central Executive Committee, the area that we call WOC, West Nile, Acholi, Lango, and Karamoja is not represented now. And that means, as people who sit in the Central Executive Committee, good enough we have the Prime Minister here, we have the Vice President here. I think that voice is not heard in the country now. Because a lot of issues that come to the cabinet first start from the Central Executive Committee. And that means instead of waiting for the next election, something must be done as a country. That Honorable Speaker, I came to know Honorable Aleper when I came to meet the late Jacob Lanya. He knew me before I even know him. And then I got him sloping from that office, you know, many people visited. And I was going up. So he called me on a call, why are you here? You are not NRM. And we laughed. Because that time campaign was for Central Executive Committee. Since then, he became a friend. And from the time that we were not represented in the SEC, where we have issues that we think cannot be pushed only from the cabinet, can be pushed from the SEC
we always consult with him. Honorable Speaker, for the family members, we have a lot of hope that this government will not leave them, especially the Central Executive Committee and the President. With all the good work that this man has done in this country, there is no way that they can be left behind. And I think they should be supported fully. I am seeing hope in them. In our culture, the Cholis and the Africans, when you die and you've left children, you are not dead. We have hope. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Esther Narima.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join the rest of the country members of Uganda, and also I bring out a voice of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children to condole with the family and also Parliament of Uganda and the rest of the institutions as they have been mentioned. Mr. Speaker, as the Publicity Secretary of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children, allow me to convey our appreciation to our fallen colleague for upholding great family values. What we are witnessing today is a key lesson to the rest of the fathers out there in this country that your children should be knowing who their father is. They should be able to stand firm and copy an element of a father. Mr. Speaker, I may not say much, but I recall very well, during our student times, we were younger. I was a student leader at Chambogo, particularly the Guild Minister for Women Affairs, but we could always meet with the late Honorable Aleper at UNSA. And those days, we did not have parties, and our concentration was more of the young people and the students and the continuity of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about patriotism in this country, it's not all about ensuring that we are preaching, please, please, like Uganda, like Uganda. It's about our actions. Patriotism is really about that devotion, of that liking of Uganda. But when you ask today, as leaders in this country, are we having those actions that will propagate patriotism in this country? Those are some of the questions we shall continue asking ourselves and which we need to act on as a country as we eulogize our fallen comrade. Mr. Speaker, as I'm about to summarize, let's look at patriotism further and ask ourselves if we really like this country, if the region where it's coming from, Karamoja, if they are having enough minerals, are we really having equity in the distribution and gains of what that region is about? Let's ask ourselves such questions and fairly look at the different opportunities around employment distribution. Are we having equity in all that? So we shall continue, and it will make sense when we really pay him, when we pay our fallen comrade with what we are supposed to be as this country. If it means we are supposed to tackle corruption matters, let's tackle it and go by the horn, by the horns of that bull. I pray as we eulogize, as remember on Aleper, let's take time as this country really and think twice of how this country is at this hour, because for us those days we were talking about nationalism, we could talk about patriotism, we are talking about continuity of this country, and that's what we yearned for as student leaders by then. May your soul rest in peace, Simon Aleper.
Thank you. Honorable Chemaswet, Honorable Migadi.
Thank you.
Then Honorable Omona.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to talk about Honorable Aleper. We have really suffered with Honorable Aleper. And we had also happiness with him. We became members of parliament together in 2011, the way Honorable Birara said. Then we were of course enjoying as members of parliament. Of course, shortly, we again lost elections together. And when you lose elections, an additional title comes in. You become a former member of parliament. So me and Honorable Aleper, we really suffered to become former members of parliament. And if you have that title of former member of parliament, money also becomes former. Friends become former. And there is a likelihood of the family becoming also former. But when I met with Honorable Aleper one time, as we were campaigning for the SEC, he was campaigning for the SEC position, I asked him, do you know I'm still former? You are former. Is the family former? No, he said, no, I'm still holding the ground. So he held the ground. Now he approached me and told me, Honorable Chamaswet, you are an elder in that side of Sebei sub-region, the 3 districts, you command very well. I said, yes, I will command for you. But I knew, of course, that he had no money for mobilization. But I had to lean on some good friends, Honorable Kiwada, Honorable Bariobuzi, and Mukula, to finance the campaigns of Honorable Aleper. And of course, he won in Sebei sub-region as a SEC member. Honorable Aleper has been a good person. When we came in, we were summoned when we won NRM primaries as flag bearers for constituency. We were summoned to come to Kampala in 2010. So we met with Aleper because now we were new guys. He told me, Chamaswet, you are from Sebei. I told him, yes. You are from where? I told him, Ngenge. You know there? He said, yes, I know there. I told him, have you been raiding us? Why is it that you know the area? Now, you know, I had challenges by that time when I came to contest by that time. Of course, the stigmatization of the Karamojongs. So I thought that all of them were the same. But Aleper educated me and told me, no, Chamaswet, we are not the same. I'm also suffering in Karamoja as well. I told him, with what? I'm also being raided. By who? You are self-raiding yourself in your own home? Or what is happening? He said, no, we have challenges. So, but you see, most of the time, they would talk of a strong man. Who was this strong man? Of course, Honorable Oki was the strongest man. They said, now, you know, the other man there is very strong. But he's a good friend when we are here in Kampala. Of which now we have come to learn that when we become members of parliament, we learn a lot as colleagues. We create friendship. I was in Karanga the other day. I took my tractors, 4 of them. I was in Honorable Philip Lokwang's place. Karamojongs would queue for tractors. I'm telling you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, provide tractors to Karamojongs and they will get wealth. They will develop. The issue of iron sheets is a lie. I'm telling you the truth. Once they get their own money, they will develop themselves. They will get the money. You can imagine people fighting for a tractor. They nearly beat me. Why are you not coming to my garden? The tractor is not coming. But I was also suffering with spare parts. It is good that government has earmarked now money to tarmac Kitugum to Kitebo. That is a good start. Once that road is done, many investors will be there. They will reach there. Now we are going to have now the airport, an international one. It is a good thing to go with. In fact, Karamoja would develop, Right Honorable, during this coming budget, every parish in Karamoja, and don't forget my constituency, because they also attacked me so much. That is why they call me a Kenyan. Do you know the reason as why they call me a Kenyan? I ran away to Kenya, but not because of Honorable Aspro, but I think it is because of Honorable Aleper Moses, who is my neighbor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Megade.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we mourn our colleague, we have also to thank God that when you hear the narration, we have to thank God that we are still alive and many of us are still in Parliament. Because I remember when we were on the Committee of Physical Infrastructure, where the Right Honorable Prime Minister was a member. And the lunch we had when we visited Kakumiro at her bar, but now I think it's a big hotel. So it just shows you how life is and how we should actually conduct ourselves, whether on opposition or on government. Right Honorable Speaker, it draws me back to the relationship we had as members of parliament then and what we have now. Even on issues which really don't require partisan debates and whatever, whether in parliament or in the corridor. Today, I don't know what happened. In everything, parties. But these parties were also there then. But we had time for everything. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aleper died a member of the parliamentary circle, and which joined in 2011. And of course, he has done us a service in that there are some members, by the way, for record, where we have found it difficult to identify who should be the next of kin, who should get the benefits. Some you have three ladies. Everyone is saying I'm the beneficiary. I'm saying ladies. Some children, these children are fighting with the others, and at times we actually get stuck. And there are members who died long ago and whose benefits have actually been there for over 7 years, and we don't know who to pay. So I want to thank those who are members of the parliamentary circle, that every time Parliament loses a member, there are high chances that the circle also loses a member. So, and I also request the family and the colleagues from Karamoja region, when this is all over, please find time and lead the family to the circle to claim the benefits of our foreign colleague. They are processed within a single day. It doesn't need much. May the soul of our colleague rest in eternal peace.
Honorable Mona, Honorable Baranda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join you and the rest of the country in paying tribute to our foreign comrade. I worked as a member of parliament in the 9th parliament. I also worked with him as a member of the Central Executive Committee of the National Resistance Movement, with whom we did a lot of work for the party and for the country. Right Honorable Speaker, like any other speakers have said here, Aleper was a very unique person. I have had many people say they know Aleper, but he was my friend, we worked together, but I failed to know Aleper very well. The Honorable Aleper was always very busy and very serious on national matters. Matters of Karamoja, matters of the party, and matters of the country. Honorable Aleper was very boring if you invited him for fun. And he will actually bore and irritate you if you don't want to answer questions. And I'm very sure those who knew Aleper, Honorable Aleper, you will be answering questions all the time. He was always discussing matters of his area, matters of the country, and matters of the country. And he was so passionate about them that parties actually did not make a lot of difference to him, but it was the issues that made meaning to him. Honorable Aleper, I think, lived a very honorable and committed life in his short life that he lived for only 49 years. Honorable Aleper was this very, very honest person. And the Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aleper, detested corruption and dishonesty. In the national resistance movement sake, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Aleper was the tough pace setter in all the SEC meetings. Like his friends have said, wherever there were any issues that others were timid to raise, they would want to raise it through the Honorable Simon Peter Aleper. Honorable Simon Aleper did not know how to backbite people because he always spoke very loudly. Very elegant, tall, handsome guy, very confident, and he spoke what he felt like speaking, whether with the chairman of the party, whether with his constituents, or with his friends. We will miss the Honorable Simon Peter Aleper, a committed cadre of the National Resistance Movement and a great leader of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, two things. Honorable Aleper cannot hear us now, but his death has given us an opportunity to learn a lot from it, from his experiences and his contribution to this country. I want to just make two quick responses to honorable colleagues here who have also made submissions here in their tribute to the Honorable Aleper. One is from Honorable Seungu, Joseph Honzaga, do Musomesa. Right Honorable Speaker, we should not ignore one great point made by Honorable Seungu on the issue of beginning to restructure our roads. We have moved, we have developed, our population has gone up, technology has improved. We need to begin to redesign our roads, like I said, to become dual carriages. Those roads, for instance, imagine this that road. It is the only road joining the center here to the eastern and other parts of the country. And the same road remained single carriage since the road was made. We now have vehicles that move at a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour. But those days we had vehicles who moved at a speed of maybe 80, 100 was maximum. We had the Peugeot and the Land Rovers of those days. But now we have vehicles which move at rocket speed. Therefore, we now need, Right Honorable Speaker, to have roads. We need to begin to plan for roads that are dual carriage roads that will lower the chances or the risk of accidents on those roads, because they are not about to stop. In fact, on the same road, on the same day, on the same road, I think there were about 3 road traffic accidents on the same day, that day when Honorable died. Secondly, I think also makes and other colleagues made mention of labeling or marking the roads clearly. Right Honorable Speaker, at night these roads are dark. And when you're confused with the bright light, you can't tell which side is the edge of the road, either right or left. Your reference point becomes the object which is approaching